Eternal and ever-blessed God, the Alpha and Omega, thank you for the gift of this day. Give us the wisdom to use it to enrich lives by service to others. Use our lawmakers to continue your momentum in our world, enabling them to become salt and light to this generation. Lord, as our senators strive to be productive members of the family of humanity, empower them to do your will. Supply their needs out of the bounty of your celestial riches. If they fall, may they fall forward as they trust you to remain the author and finisher of their faith. We pray in your great name. Amen.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Madam President.
The senator from Vermont.
Madam President, I suggest you have the quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Madam President,
The Senator from
ask the
Washington,
quorum call be dispensed with.
without objection.
Madam President, probably
One moment. Morning business is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will resume consideration of H.R. 3684, which the clerk will report.
Calendar number 100, H.R. 3684, an act to authorize funds for federal aid highways, highway safety programs, and transit programs, and for other purposes.
Madam President, many states in the United States need infrastructure investment, but I would put the state of Washington high on a list of states that desperately need infrastructure investment. We've been blessed with a growing economy and a big trade economy based on the Pacific Rim and the actions of the Pacific Rim. So we need to keep moving product, we need to keep moving services, and we need infrastructure investment to do so. So I wanted to take this opportunity to thank the work done by the Commerce Committee and those who worked on the Infrastructure Investment Act, specifically Kara Fisher, Michael Davison, Joni Lofgren, Zeb Zor, Ronce Allman, Alex Simpson, Gigi Solis, Nicole Tuchel, Jennifer Kwan, Matthew Babink, Jamie Burgess, David Martin, Amit Renan, Stacy Baird, Devin Heflin, Patrick Enroth, Nassim Maher, Hannah Albert, Eric Verheide, El Wibisono, John Branscombe, Sean Bone, Brian McDermott, Mary Claire York, Jared Blomberg, Shannon Smith, John Beezer, Noam Cantor, Jordan Blue, Tiffany George, Lucy Cock, Hunter, Hedspeth Blackburn, Kelly Ryan, Dave Stewart, Melissa Porter, and David Strickland. So these are just some of the individuals that were involved in putting together the commerce piece of this underlying bill. About 20% of the underlying bill was the focus of the Commerce Committee in its jurisdiction. I want to thank Ranking Member Wicker and his staff for the hard work to pull off what was the bipartisan bill that came to the Senate floor as part of this package. Our legislation, I think, is a historic investment to rebuild our transportation infrastructure, including investments in things like mega projects, basically helping to eliminate our problems at grade crossings, improve our freight network, improve our environment by removing culverts, and helping Amtrak better serve the United States of America. All of these were important investments, but we should look at the first. First, we're authorizing for the first time mega projects. Mega projects often take up so much of our budgets in our states and federally, they never get funded. But that doesn't mean they aren't critical to the United States. In the Northeast Corridor, we certainly have mega projects. In the Pacific Northwest, we have mega projects that will be critical, like the Columbia River crossing between Vancouver and Portland, or the Highway 2 trestle in Everett. These projects deserve the attention of the nation, and with this first-time authorization, we'll get so. The bill also puts a historic investment in freight and in Amtrak. As I mentioned, the economy of a global nature is demanding that we be able to move competitively our products. But if we don't continue to invest in freight, we're not going to get that job done. So this provides $66 billion to improve our passenger rail and freight system, the single largest investment that we've had in our Amtrak system that was funded 50 years ago. The Commerce Committee bill laid the foundation for this funding, which I believe will do three things. It will mean more investment to fix the problems in the Northeast Corridor. More specifically, it will give us the ability to have more sequencing of trains throughout the United States of America, and it will provide for new service in city pairs that I hope will help economies all across the United States with more investments. I know specifically the senator from Montana, Senator Tester, was very adamant about our Amtrak funding and the services that Montana demands. I want to thank him for his help on this. And want to thank Senator Duckworth for her hard work in making sure that Amtrak complies with the Americans with Disability Act. This is so important for us to do, and her language making sure that we also have someone from the disabilities community on the Amtrak board is the kind of things that should be followed in other examples in this legislation. I also want to say for the first time, we are addressing specifically at-grade crossings. This is the instance where congestion and freight in my state, multiple times the increase in freight traffic. Again, you know, a lot of Midwest product moving to Asia has increased a demand in safety and transportation. Somebody quoted one of our reports that it took freight 3 days to get through just the city of Chicago because of the amount of congestion. So our job here is to make sure that our product, made and grown in the United States of America, gets quickly to its destinations, or we will be out-competed by other nations that have an infrastructure system that can beat us to those marketplaces. So this provides, for the first time, a focused program on improving at-grade crossings to continue to make the investments that need to be made to keep our freight moving and our public safe. It also, for the first time, authorizes transportation improvements to repair culverts. Culverts and other transportation infrastructure has done damage to our environment. They've done damage to fish. They've basically blocked spawning grounds. They have caused other infrastructure challenges to species all along our coastal states. This program will help to improve that situation by repairing some of the fish passage that has been blocked for so many years. This is so important for us in the Pacific Northwest, but it's also important throughout the South and for our many, many coastal communities. So this transportation legislation that went through the Commerce Committee, as I said, also it makes other investments. This floor bill also makes other investments for bridge repair, for transit systems, for climate resiliency, and specifically for our airports. Probably haven't heard too much about that out here on the floor. But in the Commerce Committee, I can tell you that aviation, transportation, and competitive, I know the president knows this very well, that in Las Vegas or in Reno, that infrastructure like our airports is essential to our economies continuing to grow. SeaTac is probably one of the fastest growing airports in the United States right now. And under this legislation, we will also see an important improvement for our airports so they can continue to grow, so we can continue to make investments. I also want to, as I mentioned, thank Senator Wicker in the title for vehicle safety. These are important provisions that he and I and others on the committee, Senator Blumenthal for his work on safety legislation that related to both the Northeast Corridor and to individuals in transportation, including with Senator Wicker, the life-saving technology that automatic emergency braking system and preventing child heat stroke deaths in impaired driving facilities. So, Madam President, I again thank all of the members of the Commerce Committee for their hard work in getting this legislation as part of this package. I think we can see that we have some firsts here. First, investing in mega projects. First, cleaning up our environmental problems with culverts, getting our freight product through our most congested corridors with improved at-grade crossing, and making the major investment that Amtrak can continue to expand. So I look forward to working with my colleagues as we move through the legislative process and continue to make improvements in our transportation infrastructure. I thank the President, and I yield the floor.
The Republican leader.
Later today, Senate Democrats want to take their next big step toward playing Russian roulette with our country. They want to begin pushing through a reckless taxing and spending spree that was authored by our self-described socialist colleague, Chairman Sanders. Today, the American people will learn exactly where each of their senators stand. The American people elected a 50-50 Senate, an incredibly close House of Representatives, and a president who pledged to govern down the middle and unify the country. But as soon as President Biden, Speaker Pelosi, and Leader Schumer got the keys, they handed them right over to the far left. Remember, Democrats inherited 3 safe and effective vaccines that were already rolling out nationwide and an economy that was primed to come roaring back. But our colleagues pressed ahead with a massive springtime spending package that even liberal experts said would drive inflation. And of course it did. Overall inflation has risen at the fastest rate in nearly 13 years. Core inflation hit its highest level in almost 30 years. Families are getting hit by higher prices everywhere, from the grocery store to the gas station to their housing costs. Small businesses have had trouble reopening because would-be workers are getting a government bonus to actually stay home. So the country is still working through the side effects of the borrowing and spending the Democrats forced through back in the spring. But Democrats don't want to just refill their socialist prescription. They want to double the dose. According to what they just released, Democrats want to unite behind Chairman Sanders' resolution to spend a staggering $4.2 trillion more dollars. Of course, outside experts estimate the real cost will be even higher still. If it's even close to fully offset, as they claim it is, this seems almost certain to be the largest peacetime tax hike on record. So let that sink in. The largest peacetime tax hike on record. Even though their rough sketch of these tax hikes would shatter President Biden's promise not to raise taxes on the middle class. Families earning well under the president's stated threshold would get hit and hit hard. This new reckless taxing and spending spree will fall like a hammer blow on workers and middle-class families. Fewer jobs, lower wages, more inflation pushing costs higher and higher. What our colleagues are proposing and planning is absolutely jaw-dropping. People want to pretend this is just business as usual, just liberals doing liberal things using Senate procedure. Make no mistake, this reckless taxing and spending spree is nothing like we've seen, nothing. The basic math of their taxing and spending is toxic enough, but the radicalism that we'll be debating on the floor goes well beyond dollars and cents. The policies they want to put behind this budget resolution read like somebody walked across the rotunda to the House and handed the squad a pen and piece of paper. Sweeping amnesty for illegal immigrants in the middle of a border crisis. Regulations that are so radical that our colleague Senator Markey, quote, said, the Green New Deal is in the DNA of this budget resolution. All of the things that are in this we talked about in the Green New Deal, end quote, Senator Markey. They want to introduce 49 other states to make their, they want to induce 49 other states to make their electric grids more like California's, make it more expensive to mine critical minerals we need to compete with China. They want to take working families' child tax credit and turn it into a permanent welfare program, listen to this, with no work requirement. They want to tamper with the prescription drug industry in ways that would leave Americans with fewer new treatments and fewer new cures. They want to put government's thumb on the scale of families' child care choices and selectively subsidize parents whose households work the way Washington wants. And they want to tax more money out of Americans' pockets while reviving a special tax cut that overwhelmingly benefits wealthy people in blue states. So let's face it, the brute facts of the Senate's rules mean that if 50 Democrats plus the Vice President stick together, Republicans will probably not be able to save our colleagues from themselves. If all 50 Democrats want to help Chairman Sanders hurt middle-class families, if even our colleagues who claim they're moderates want to follow the far left off this cliff, well, that's their prerogative. But we're going to argue it out right here on the floor at some length. Every single senator will be going on record over and over and over. Senate Republicans will be bringing forward common sense amendments that represent what Americans actually want and actually need. Our colleagues can look forward to votes on national security and funding our armed forces, votes to remove backdoor tax cuts for wealthy liberals, votes to protect family-owned small businesses and family farms from crushing tax hikes, votes to encourage schools to finally reopen in person, to stop the catch and release of COVID-positive illegal immigrants coming into our country, to protect taxpayers from being forced to fund the horrors of abortion. And that's just a sampling. Because our Democratic colleagues missed some deadlines, it has been an all-out sprint to prepare amendments. So I want to thank our nonpartisan Senate clerks and parliamentarians. They've worked multiple weekends straight through. They were kept up late last night processing hundreds of amendments, and they're going to be up late with all of us yet again. If President Biden and 50 Senate Democrats want to outsource domestic policy to Chairman Sanders, if this historically reckless taxing and spending spree is how the modern Democratic Party wants to define itself, if they want inflation and tax hikes to be their legacy, then Republicans do not currently have the votes to spare the American families this nightmare. But we will debate, and we will vote, and we will stand up, and we will be counted. And the people of this country will know exactly which senators fought for them. I suggest the items before them.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Mr. President,
The majority whip is recognized.
are we in a quorum call?
We are,
I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be suspended.
without objection.
Mr. President, this past Saturday at 9 p.m., Chicago police officer Ella French was shot and killed during a traffic stop on the Chicago South Side. Her death is devastating. Officer French was 29 years old. She'd served as a member of the Chicago Police Department since 2018. Her brother described her as the epitome of a good Samaritan. A fellow officer said of her, and I quote, "She truly showed the community that she loved them and would do anything for them. Officer French's partner was also shot and critically wounded. We pray for his recovery. 2 men have been charged by the Cook County State's Attorney's Office in the shooting of these officers. A third man has been charged by the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Northern District of Illinois for conspiracy to violate federal firearms laws. I hope that justice is delivered swiftly and fairly for the perpetrators of this horrible crime. And let me be clear, as devastating as her death, scores of individuals are shot every week in Chicago, and many lose their lives. For each of their families, the loss is just as intense as the loss of Officer French. And as heartbreaking as Officer French's death is, it is also infuriating. We learned yesterday from the Chicago U.S. Attorney's Office that the gun used to murder Officer French was straw purchased from a gun dealer in Indiana. What is a straw purchase? It happens when a person who can pass a background check buys a gun and gives it to a person who can't. Straw purchases have long been the way that guns have funneled into the hands of those with felony convictions in Chicago, then to the streets, then to deadly incidents. According to the charges filed yesterday by the U.S. Attorney, an Indiana man bought the handgun from a dealer in Hammond, Indiana, gave it to a person with a felony conviction who allegedly used it this last weekend to kill Officer French. For years, I have been fighting to toughen our laws against straw purchases. Right now, straw purchasing is treated, listen to this, as a federal paperwork violation for lying on a federal gun purchase form. Charges are rarely brought, and when they are, the sentences are often just a matter of months. That needs to change. I've joined with Senator Leahy of Vermont and Senator Collins of Maine to introduce the Stop Illegal Trafficking in Firearms Act, a bipartisan bill that would make it an explicit federal crime carrying felony penalties when a person straw purchases a firearm. We need to take this type of gun trafficking seriously. It's time for us to stop treating straw purchases like a paperwork misdemeanor. As we have learned in the death of Officer French, it is a deadly act and should be punished accordingly. Officer French's death is also a call to action for the strike force recently set up by the Department of Justice to crack down on regional firearms trafficking in Chicago. I met with Attorney General Garland in Chicago when he launched the strike force 2 weeks ago, and I have written to him now urging that the strike force immediately prioritize the investigation and prosecution of straw purchases like the one that took the life of Officer French. The strike force was established to keep a sustained focus on firearms trafficking in Chicago. That focus should include stopping straw purchases and holding the perpetrators accountable. I look forward to working with the Justice Department and with my colleagues to find ways to crack down on the deadly gun violence that straw purchasers help to fuel. Mr. President, I ask for consent that the next statement I make be placed in a separate part in the record.
Without objection.
Mr. President, 2020 set a record for drug overdoses in America. More than 93,000 lives were lost in the year 2020. In Illinois, 3,500 of our neighbors died of an overdose, a 27% spike from the year before. How did we get to this point? Who's responsible for this? There is one clear culprit: the pharmaceutical industry. For years, opioid manufacturers deliberately lied about the risks of their drugs. Deliberately. These companies have claimed their painkillers should be prescribed for common aches and pains. They even downplayed their addictive nature, even though their research showed that it was a very real danger. These companies then shipped mountains of these pills to every corner of America. They aggressively promoted them to doctors with the backing of dark money organizations. This epidemic wasn't created by some infectious virus. It was created by corporate greed. Corporate greed. In the words of Richard Sackler of Purdue Pharma, his company chose to flood our streets with, quote, a blizzard of prescriptions that will bury the competition. It ended up burying the users. As a result, 500,000 American families have had to bury loved ones who died of opioid overdoses and addictions since the start of the opioid epidemic. 500,000 Americans, a figure in the same range as the 610,000 Americans we've lost to COVID-19. The numbers are numbing. From 2006 to 2014, drug companies like Purdue Pharma inundated the country with 100 billion pain pills. 100 billion. Let that soak in. That's roughly 300 opioid pills for every living American. They flooded communities like the rural county of Hardin in downstate Illinois. They received enough opioids in Hardin County for each resident to have a 3-month supply. Some counties in West Virginia and Kentucky had twice that level of oversupply. One farmer rep even bragged, quote, I don't know how they can even house this many bottles. Another wrote, keep them coming, flying out of here. It's like people are addicted to these things. Oh, wait, people are. That level of greed and disregard for human suffering is an outrage, and the companies responsible must be held accountable. You may be asking, well, haven't we done that already? It's a good question, because not only was the Federal Drug Enforcement Administration aware of this obscene volume of overproduction, they authorized it. They gave permission. The Drug Enforcement Administration of the United States federal government is responsible for determining the amount of opioid pills allowed to be put on the market each year. They are effectively the gatekeeper for these drug manufacturers. And for years, they allowed opioid production quotas to keep increasing. Between 1993 and 2015, production of oxycodone increased 39-fold, hydrocodone 12-fold, fentanyl 25-fold. In 2016, America's pharmaceutical industry produced 14 billion opioid doses in 2016 alone, enough for every adult in America to have a 3-week supply of opioids. Think about that. Authorized by the federal government, requested by the pharmaceutical industry, we put a quota that pharma asked for to produce 14 billion opioid pills in a year, enough for every American to have a 3-week supply. Any wonder that we had an opioid epidemic? I pressed the Drug Enforcement Administration on this issue years ago when I learned of this. I asked them, how can you approve these ever-increasing quotas? Pharma is insatiable. They will ask for as many pills as they can possibly push into the American people's families, especially when DEA had data that showed this overproduction was fueling a deadly national drug crisis. A couple years ago, I worked with my Republican colleague, Senator John Kennedy of Louisiana, to start stemming the tide of addictive drugs. We passed a bipartisan bill that gave the DEA the authority they said they needed to set common sense production levels. We changed the law so the DEA must consider abuse, overdose deaths, and the public health impact when determining opioid quotas. Our approach worked, partially. Over the past 5 years, the DEA has lowered opioid quotas by an average of 60%. The DEA, this federal agency, will soon be proposing its 2022 quotas. And I'm sending a letter urging them to use their new authority and common sense to rein in the greed of big pharma. In the face of all this suffering, new legal challenges have been brought to hold big pharma accountable for death and despair of the opioid epidemic. Thousands of lawsuits from states, counties, cities, victims have been consolidated in one federal court in Cleveland, Ohio. This movement reminded me of another breakthrough moment in public health when our nation came together to hold big tobacco accountable for for its misleading marketing over the decades. We started holding these companies accountable in 1998 with the Master Tobacco Settlement Agreement. That settlement was estimated to provide states with $246 billion over 25 years. But despite the pressing need, only a tiny fraction, a meager 8% of that amount, was actually dedicated to tobacco prevention and cessation activities. Instead, with the permission of Congress, tens of billions from that settlement have gone toward filling gaps in state budgets and funding pet projects like roads and bridges, stadiums, even a tobacco museum. As new opioid settlements are reached, we must learn from the missed opportunity with tobacco lawsuits. We must ensure that the funds from forthcoming opioid settlements are used to fortify health systems so they can respond to the current opioid crisis and prevent our next drug epidemic. All of us know what's going on out there. Even people who acknowledge their opioid addiction and are desperate for treatment and need help immediately wait for weeks and months to enter a drug rehab facility. That's just unacceptable. We need community and residential-based treatment. We need to expand naloxone access. We need to bolster our behavioral health workforce. We need to address the childhood trauma, often at the root of addiction, and other public health strategies. Mr. President, one of the things which I believe is essential as our kids get back to school after the pandemic experience, we need more counselors on the scene at the schools dealing with these kids in this transition back into somewhat normal life. These are critical moments in a child's formation, and I hope that we can have resources available to help them. The best way to hold Big Pharma accountable is by compelling these companies to pay the price for fueling this crisis, and their restitution should be devoted to helping America heal. Last month, a bipartisan group of state attorneys general announced the framework of a litigation settlement involving Johnson & Johnson and the nation's 3 largest drug distributors. The companies would pay a total of $26 billion over 18 years to resolve the suits, in addition to changing their business practices. The work isn't over yet, and I applaud the state attorneys general for their extensive work involving these opioid defendants. Legal proceedings continue for several other key industry stakeholders that have yet to be held accountable. That includes the Sackler family of Purdue and OxyContin infamy. The Sacklers are trying to engineer a legal scheme to escape liability through the bankruptcy court. That's the family that started Purdue Pharma, that was responsible for this opioid crisis. They think they found a venue now, a bankruptcy court, that is going to get them off the hook, or at least make sure they can protect the money that they've made off of this criminal enterprise. The Sacklers are trying to engineer a legal scheme to escape liability for their conduct through the bankruptcy court, avoiding future lawsuits while paying $4.5 billion while protecting their vast fortunes estimated at over $11 billion. That's why Senator Warren and I recently teamed up to introduce the Non-Debtor Release Prohibition Act, which would prevent the non-consensual release of liability through bankruptcy proceedings. Translations, the Sacklers should not get a discounted ticket to ride into the sunset, protecting their billions of dollars. They need to be held personally accountable, and the amount that is charged against them should reflect the gravity of their conduct. As legal proceedings continue against other opioid industry defendants, we must demand that the worst corporate actors are held accountable for their role in this crisis. Far too many families have suffered as a result of corporate greed and malfeasance. Mr. President, I have one additional statement which I ask be placed in the record. I would just like to speak for a moment or two on that statement.
Without objection.
Mr. President, sometimes you have the best of luck in life, and it's not planned, but neighbors of ours in Springfield, Illinois, Tom and Bridget Lamont, have invited us to join them at their little house on Lake Michigan up in Leelanau Peninsula of the state of Michigan. In that time, we've had great experiences together, and we've come to know a terrific little shop called Barb's Donuts in Northport, Michigan. After years and years of wonderful service and great product, they are giving up the business soon, and I have put in the record a tribute to Barb's Donuts of Northport, Michigan. I am joined in this tribute by Debbie Stabenow and Gary Peters, the senators of Michigan, and I ask consent that this statement be made a part of the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. Suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
The Republican whip is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the Senate in quorum call.
We are.
I would ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be lifted.
Without objection.
Mr. President, in the time that I've been in the Congress, which includes 6 years in the House of Representatives and now in my 17th year in the Senate, I have been a part of or witness to or voted on numerous spending proposals and appropriation bills and tax bills and deficit reduction bills and debt limit increase bills. And through the years, And I don't think I've ever seen in all my time in the Congress a spending bill where Democrats didn't want to spend more and Republicans wanted to spend less. And maybe that's consistent with our overall governing philosophies. Republicans historically believe in limited but effective government, in personal freedom coupled with individual responsibility, in economic freedom, in peace through strength, and those are sort of guiding principles. And so when you get into a debate about spending and budgets and appropriation and taxes and all those sorts of things, Mr. President, in all the time I've been here, and I say this with respect to the bill that's we're going to be voting on here in a few moments, Republicans try and spend more efficiently, more effectively, less, because they know that every dollar that gets spent here is coming from an American taxpayer. And so when the bipartisan legislation that the Senate will vote on here momentarily was being considered, it started out at about $2.5 trillion. That's what President Biden wanted to spend on infrastructure. And Democrats in the Congress and the Senate, for sure in the House of Representatives, but in the Senate here as well, want to spend way more than what Republicans wanted to spend. Republicans, on the other hand, wanted to come up with a bill that met the needs that the country has. It was robust in addressing infrastructure concerns out there, but spent significantly less than what Democrats had proposed. And that's, I say that, Mr. President, simply because it's been my experience. I've observed this, as I've said, over the better part of 25 years now here in the Congress. At every debate, every fight about spending, taxes, and debt, Democrats want to spend more, Republicans want to spend less. And again, with a recognition that every one of those dollars that gets spent here in Washington, D.C. is coming from an American taxpayer somewhere across this country. And so, as we think about what we're going to do next, I have to just say, it is staggering to me what we're talking about. The dimensions, the scale, $3.5 trillion in spending, on top of $2 trillion spent earlier this year, much of which had nothing to do with the coronavirus. And much of the justification for a lot of the spending, at one time at least, was that we had to deal with the pandemic, the coronavirus. But that's not the case now. We still have ongoing issues there. We need to make sure that we're investing in vaccines and all the things that make sure that people in this country are able to combat and that we're able to get this pandemic behind us. But what we're talking about with this $3.5 trillion that the Democrats are intending and that we're going to vote on later today, $3.5 trillion, their own estimate, not ours, their own estimate. A lot of private estimates out there suggest that when this is fully implemented over the full window, you're talking about $5 to $5.5 trillion. You add to that the $2 trillion that has already been spent earlier this year, all put on the debt, by the way, all borrowed from our children and grandchildren, and you are talking about a stunning, staggering, insane amount of money. And, you know, I've heard the analogy used here on the floor and other places by Democrats saying, well, this is like the New Deal. This is a modern New Deal for America. Well, Mr. President, the New Deal occurred in the middle of a Great Depression where unemployment rates were running as high as 25%. The New Deal happened at a time when my dad grew up through the Depression. I've heard him tell the stories through the years. People were suffering. They were struggling enormously. And the government stepped in with some programs to help address that, to get people back to work. But what we're talking about here, Mr. President, is double the size of the New Deal as a percentage of our economy. Double. At a time when we've got, and the President was crowing about this the other day, 5%, 5.4% unemployment in this country, 900,000 new jobs created in the last reporting. And so if you think about where the economy is, we're coming out of the pandemic, people are investing again, people are getting out, they're spending money, and we're seeing growth get back into the economy, we're seeing jobs created. It is literally, to me, the definition of insanity to pour 3.5, by their estimate, by a lot of other estimates, $5 trillion more dollars into the economy to literally give people free everything. This isn't about addressing the pandemic or helping get people back to work. We have programs that do that. We have unemployment insurance. It's been in place now for a long time. And many of us think the plus up that the federal government provided for too long because it's keeping people from going back to work. But the fact of the matter is, we are talking about a massive expansion of the federal government, literally to give people pretty much free everything. Now, not only does that contradict, I think, what this country was all about, which at its inception was about freedom and liberty, personal freedom, economic freedom, individual responsibility, providing people incentives to achieve and to do well, making sure that we have programs in place, safety nets for those who need that help. But the idea that at a time when the economy is growing and expanding and unemployment is at a fairly low rate historically, we are creating jobs that the federal government would think that it needs, in all its wisdom here in Washington, D.C., to infuse $5 trillion. We already have inflation. It's the highest rate in 13 years. You think pouring a lot of flooding the economy with a whole bunch more money isn't going to exacerbate the inflation problem we already have? Not to mention, they're talking about paying for it. I don't think it'll all be paid for. I think a lot of it will go on the debt. And by the way, under this budget that's being proposed today that the Democrats are on a one-sided partisan procedure going to vote on is the biggest thing that we have seen, certainly in my lifetime, and will dwarf, as I said, anything that we've seen in history. And the debt at the end of all that, 2031 in the 10-year budget window, will be $45 trillion. $45 trillion, 130%, 134%, I should say, of our gross domestic product. There was a day when we were worried about borrowing up to 100% of GDP. Well, we've blown past that. We've dwarfed that. This is now completely out of control, completely out of hand, and we're talking about a massive new amount of spending to expand government, and to the degree that it is paid for with taxes that are going to hit individuals, they're going to hit businesses, that are going to hit small businesses, they're going to hit farmers and ranchers. You go down the list of taxes, of tax increases in this proposal, again, I don't know where you stop. And the idea, the suggestion by the administration that you're not going to hit people who make less than $400,000 a year is just absolutely, again, I think insane. I don't know how you can raise $3.5 trillion in taxes and not have an economic impact felt by people on the lower end of the income scale. Think about it. When taxes go up on businesses, what happens? Well, people work for businesses. Democrats think it's easy. We'll just raise taxes on businesses. Businesses aren't paying enough. Well, where do people in this country work? They work for businesses. That's where they get their paychecks. That's where they get their benefits. Wages go down when taxes on businesses go up, to a historical fact. And if you think about what also happens when taxes are put on businesses obviously, they can do a couple of things. They may reduce wages or not hire people or reduce the size of their workforce, but they also pass that on, the cost of higher prices, to people out there in the economy who are paying the price for that. That's what we are talking about here. It is just absolutely stunning, really, in my time in the Congress, to observe something that is being compared to, historically, the New Deal, in a circumstance where the economy is growing and expanding. People should be going back to work, and at a time when we have already a $30 trillion debt, as I said, headed in 2031 to $45 trillion in debt, and something that literally dwarfs, as a percentage of the economy, what was done at the time of the New Deal. The parallel, the analogy that's being used here by my colleagues on the other side. There is just absolutely no rationale, Mr. President, for doing this. But that's what it calls for, $3.5 trillion. According to Budget Committee analysts, it includes $4.2 trillion in spending when discretionary spending and increased interest on the debt are included. This bill, that bill, which was entirely unpaid for, and I'm talking about the $1.9 trillion bill that was passed in March, was ostensibly a COVID relief bill, but in reality was more like a list of payoffs to Democrat constituencies. Billions and billions of dollars for schools while keeping teachers' unions happy by omitting any requirement for actually getting kids back in the classroom, even though schools had barely touched the billions in COVID aid they'd already been given. And by the way, handouts to state with the distribution formula heavily weighted in favor of blue states included bailout for union pensions, loans for labor unions, and I could go on. And when we talk about the money that's going to be, in the budget the Democrats are going to force us to vote on later today, the additional spending that's going to be in there, that's on top of the trillions that we put out the door last year, much of which went to state governments, and many of which don't know how to spend the money they already have. We're talking trillions, Mr. President, much of which went to, as I said, blue states. But while that bill wasted a lot of taxpayer dollars, the problem with that bill pales in comparison to what is before us today. Today, Democrats are taking the first step toward a massive and permanent expansion of government that would be paid for on the backs of ordinary Americans. And my colleagues, as I said, on the other side of the aisle will tell you they're just levying taxes on the tax hikes on wealthy Americans. But that's not the whole story. Those corporate tax hikes that Democrats are proposing, that tax just isn't going to be paid for by CEOs and the board members of corporations. A huge part of that is going to fall on American workers in the form of things like lower salaries and fewer opportunities. The Tax Foundation notes that the share of the corporate tax burden that falls on labor is, and I quote, routinely found to be between 50% and 100%, with 70% or higher the most likely outcome. By substantially hiking taxes on corporations, Democrats will be substantially increasing the burden borne by workers. Not to mention reducing our competitiveness in the global economy by once again giving the United States one of the highest corporate tax rates in the developed world. With our economy still emerging from the challenges of the coronavirus, it's very difficult to understand why Democrats would decide that we should make American businesses less competitive on the global stage. And that's the impact of just one of the Democrats' tax hikes. I haven't talked about the probable effects of their tax hike on small businesses. That's right, small businesses. Or the negative economic effects of their huge tax increase on investment. And then there's the Democrats' new death tax. That's right, a new death tax to add to our already existing death tax, which will reduce inheritances for middle-class Americans around the country. Not to mention threatening the very existence of family farms and ranches and small businesses. Mr. President, from the way that Democrats have been governing, you'd think that voters had given them a resounding mandate to permanently expand government and implement the socialist fantasies of the far left. In fact, we all know this, Democrats hold a narrow majority in the House of Representatives where they lost seats, and the Senate is equally split between Democrats and Republicans. And Democrats' far-left presidential candidates couldn't make it out of the Democrat primary. That's right. President Biden was able to win the Democrat primary and the general election because he presented himself accurately or inaccurately as a moderate. But despite their lack of a mandate, Democrat leaders are apparently more and more willing to let the far left of the Democrat Party run the show, which is why we're standing here today contemplating a $4.2 trillion spending spree to permanently expand the size of government. Mr. President, we don't yet know all the details of the Democrats' budget-busting spending legislation, but what we do know is not encouraging. In addition to taxes that will burden hardworking Americans and hurt our economy, Democrats are contemplating a new welfare benefit with no associated work requirement. Lots and lots of free stuff, like 2 free years of community college, elements of Democrats' most extreme socialist fantasy, the Green New Deal, amnesty for individuals here in our country illegally, funding for tens of thousands, yes, tens of thousands of new IRS agents, a tax cut for blue state millionaires and billionaires, and more. And by the way, on that point, Mr. President, it's really ironic to me to hear Democrats come down here and talk about Republicans wanting to cut taxes for rich people when this proposal in this legislation, 50% of the tax cut by doing away with the cap on deductibility of state and local taxes, 50% of that benefit goes to people making more than $1 million a year. So much for worrying about people on the low income scale. Democrats want to spend taxpayer dollars to hire hundreds of thousands of young people for a civilian climate corps to fight climate change. Civilian climate corps. No word yet on whether this is actually an effective way to address our nation's climate challenges, but that isn't going to stop Democrats from spending billions of dollars to find out. And Mr. President, I haven't even mentioned how all this new government spending is likely to increase inflation. Americans are already facing significant inflation, thanks in part to Democrats' earlier flooding of the economy with government spending. Now Democrats want to come close to doubling that spending, and I don't even want to think about what inflation will look like if they succeed in their spending plans. Mr. President, thanks to Democrats' decision to utilize special Senate budget rules for their tax and spending spree, they have the ability today to force through this massive spending package on a totally partisan basis. But my Republican colleagues and I will do everything we can to protect Americans from the consequences of Democrats' reckless legislation. And I hope some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, all it takes is one, will intervene before their party's taxing and spending spree turns an economic recovery into an economic disaster. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Senator from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. President, let me start by commending my colleague from South Dakota, Senator Thune, for his explanation of what's before us next after the vote that we're about to take, and that will be getting into the budget resolution leading to a reconciliation package. And he's absolutely right. These taxes and this high level of spending is not something that our country can sustain. And I appreciate his outlining the very specific impacts it would have on the people we represent. But this morning, Mr. President, I'm also here to talk about how the Senate will do something very good today, prior to getting into the budget resolution. The Senate's about to make history. And we've heard over the years, in fact, over the decades, about the need for us to fix our infrastructure. Every president in modern times has talked about it. President Bush, President Obama, President Trump, President Biden. We've talked about it a lot here. There's a joke around town that Infrastructure Week has come and gone so many times that people are a little cynical when we talk about it. Well, today is Infrastructure Day. We're actually going to see what we've been talking about, which is the Senate on a bipartisan basis saying, you know what, it is time to fix our roads and bridges. We can do so in a responsible way, not by raising taxes on the American people, but by making important investments in long-term capital assets that will last for years. So it's an investment in fixing up our roads, our bridges, our water systems, our railroads, our ports, our electrical grids, our broadband network, and expanding that, and more. We've had a number of procedural votes to get us to this point, and based on those procedural votes, I think it's clear that we will have the votes today on a bipartisan basis to do this important work. The Senate will have done its job, and will have achieved a real, lasting bipartisan victory for the people we represent. The bill, called the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, will improve the lives of all Americans by making these long overdue investments. $548 billion over the next 5 years in new spending to repair, upgrade, and replace the crumbling infrastructure all of our constituents rely on every day. That doesn't mean the money is going to be spent, by the way, over the next 5 years. It's authorized for that period. It'll be spent over the next 5, 10, 15, maybe 20 years on projects all over the country. We know we need this investment. The American Society of Civil Engineers gives our American infrastructure a grade of C-. They also project that our economy stands to lose more than $10 trillion in economic growth, in GDP, by 2039 should we fail to invest in repairs. There's an international organization that looks at all the countries in the world and says, who's got the best infrastructure and the worst? And by the way, we're number 13 or 14 in that list now. So many countries are ahead of us. China spends about 4 times more than we do on infrastructure as a percent of their GDP. Why? Because they know that'll make their economy more efficient, and they want to beat us in the economic fight that we have globally. We want to win. That's one reason this is so important. The American people, by the way, understand the need for this investment. In 2 of the more recent polls from CNBC and CBS News, 87% of the American people back bipartisan efforts to fix our roads, our bridges, our water systems. We know that this targeted long-term investment in core infrastructure is good for the economy. Building out hard assets makes us more competitive in the global economy. We'll create hundreds of thousands of good jobs for builders, plumbers, electrical engineers, coders, and so many other fields. Economists, including Douglas Holtz-Eakin of the American Action Forum and Michael Strain of the Conservative American Enterprise Institute, have pointed out that this type of spending on long-term spending, hard assets, does not further inflation, but in fact is counter-inflationary. To me, not only does this investment make sense, but importantly, what we're doing here today also demonstrates to the American people that we can get our act together on a bipartisan basis and get something done. We can do big things on a bipartisan basis if we put our minds to it. Again, after years, even decades of talking about the need to do this, we're finally getting it done. Is it exactly the bill I would have drafted? No. It's not exactly the bill any senator in this chamber would have drafted, because it represents a true bipartisan effort. Each side made concessions to find that common ground. I want to take this opportunity to briefly thank my colleagues who've gotten us to this point. We spent a lot of long nights and long days working to write this legislation, and there's been a group of members who have been particularly committed to it. One is Shelley Moore Capito, who's on the floor right now. The work she did with President Biden early on laid the foundation for this. She's also the ranking member of the EPW committee that produced some of the legislation that we incorporated on the surface transportation front. But there are so many others. And I'd like to start with my counterpart, the lead negotiator on the other side of the aisle, Senator Kyrsten Sinema of Arizona. The two of us began meeting more than 4 months ago to have discussions that would then lay the foundation for our path forward. And it was in the context of President Biden having proposed a huge package, $2.65 trillion, so-called infrastructure package, and we believed we could pull out real infrastructure from there, take the high taxes out, and get something done for the American people. I commend her for her leadership, for her courage, and for her ability to keep us on track during some tough times during this process. From there, it truly became a group effort, particularly among 5 Republicans and 5 Democrats who spent a lot of long days and nights negotiating the framework of this legislation. Some of us have worked together before at the end of the year in putting together the so-called 908 framework for the COVID-19 bill that passed late last year. It was also bipartisan. To my friends and colleagues, Senator Susan Collins, Mitt Romney, Lisa Murkowski, Bill Cassidy, Joe Manchin, Jeanne Shaheen, Mark Warner, and John Tester, thank you for your efforts these past few months. I also want to give special thanks to our colleague Kevin Kramer, who joined our group late but was instrumental in finalizing this agreement. I want to thank the White House, and especially Steve Ricchetti and Brian Deese, Louisa Terrell, for their support of this effort and their commitment to trying to work in a bipartisan way to get it done. I also want to thank Senator Tom Carper, who just joined us in the room. Along with Senator Capito, he was the EPW chair, she was the ranking member that laid much of the foundation for this legislation, particularly with regards to our roads and our bridges. I want to thank my other colleagues in the so-called G22, who helped in the 22 different working groups that were formed to help put this legislation together. Richard Burr, Lindsey Graham, Mike Rounds, Tom Tillis, Todd Young, Jerry Moran, Chris Coons, Maggie Hassan, John Hickenlooper, Mark Kelly, Angus King, Jackie Rosen, 11 Democrats and 11 Republicans. And then to my colleagues who voted with us repeatedly to advance this bill toward final passage and helped us to get to this point by giving us good input that was incorporated in the legislation. Mike Crapo, Roy Blunt, Chuck Grassley, John Hoven, Jim Risch, Deb Fisher, Roger Wicker, John Cornyn, Dan Sullivan. Thank you for your input, your encouragement, and your support. I want to give a particular thank you to my friend and colleague, our Republican leader, Senator Mitch McConnell. I want to thank him for his encouragement and his support throughout this process, for sticking his neck out. I know he's probably the only person as happy as I am in this chamber to see us move forward with this legislation that will help us find a long-term solution to a major bridge, the Brent Spence Bridge, that links our home states of Ohio and Kentucky. I want to thank the committee staffs who did so much to lay the groundwork for this legislation. About 73% of the pages in this final 2,700-page legislation are legislation that either passed the Senate or cleared committees in the Senate in this Congress, and that's a tribute to the quiet bipartisanship that goes on at the committee level every day that allows us to get these things done with the requisite knowledge and expertise. I also want to thank all of the nonpartisan staff here in the United States Senate for their work as well. I know that over the past few weeks especially, the Legislative Council has worked closely with my staff and the staffs of other offices to help formalize this proposal in the final text before us today. They worked weekends, they worked late nights, same with the Joint Committee on Taxation and the Congressional Budget Office. They've worked around the clock to get us to this point. And the staff here on the floor, they have been here just as early as we have and stayed just as late as any of us, in fact, later, to ensure that this could be possible. I thank them. I also want to thank the more than 100 industry associations, unions, and trade groups that came forward to endorse this Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. That includes business groups like the Chamber of Commerce, the Business Roundtable, the National Association of Manufacturers. It also includes labor groups like the AFL-CIO Building Trades Council, the International Brotherhood of Teamsters, the Laborers International Union of North America. It also includes supporters from all levels of government, including the National League of Cities, the U.S. Conference of Mayors who endorsed it, the National Governors Association. It includes more than 30 agricultural groups, including the American Farm Bureau. These organizations and so many others like them have been critical to encouraging members of the Senate to do the right thing. And finally, I want to again thank my staff and the staffs of all the members who worked for months to get this bill to the finish line. We would not be here without them. There is no question about that. On a personal staff level, I want to thank Kevin Smith, Sarah Perry, Avery Pearson, Ann Gordon, Mike Sinecor, Lydia Dennis, Adeline Ewing, Connor Rabb, Connor Hinson, Kaylin Swihart, Matt Lloyd, and our entire comms team, Angie Youngin and Nate Denlow, Stephanie Mertz and Chris Mitchell. On my Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs staff, I want to thank Pam Thiessen, Amanda Neely, Sam Malopoulos, Kara Mumford, Trey Hicks, Liam McKenna, Jeff Post, and Emily Benavides. Again, we wouldn't be standing here and about to have this vote without them working their hearts out, staying late, getting in early, and ensuring that every single part of this bill has been looked over carefully to make sure we got it right. Everyone involved in this effort can be proud of what this body is achieving today. The Senate's doing its job. It's doing its job by helping the American people we represent through an historic investment in our nation's infrastructure that will serve the American people for decades to come. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from West Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent that I be allowed to speak for up to 10 minutes, followed by Senators Carper and Schumer for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, it's great to be on the floor today. I think we have much to celebrate. We have a lot of tired people, I think, who have devoted a lot of time and energy to this effort. And so after a long week of amendments, it's time to get this done, isn't it, Senator Carper, my chairman on EPW? We've talked all week about how the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act delivers for the American people. And I'm proud that the foundation of this bill, the foundations of this bill, is, as the senator from Ohio just mentioned, is based off of the two very bipartisan, unanimously bipartisan EPW infrastructure bills that we passed in the spring. This historic investment reflects our commitment to keeping America safe, improving our global competitiveness, and growing our economy. So I'm going to go through a few of the highlights because I think they're important for the American people to know exactly what this bill does. It provides $303.5 billion over 5 years for federal highway programs, a 35% increase from the last bill. There is a new $2 billion rural surface transportation grant that will dedicate resources to the Appalachian Development Highway System that runs through many of our states and other critical projects across rural America. Combined, the overall package includes $40 billion in dedicated resources for bridges, the single largest investment in bridge infrastructure since the construction of the interstate system. I'm from a small state, but I got a lot of bridges. And unfortunately, a lot of them are not in the best condition. This will be a monumental improvement in what I see every day in my state. The bill authorizes $35 billion for water projects across the country with a focus on upgrading aging infrastructure. This is the bill that we passed out of our EPW committee. It invests in innovative technologies and provides assistance to rural and low-income communities to help them keep their water safe and clean. This package represents the largest investment in clean drinking water in our nation's history. That's something that I think we can all be proud of. There's funding for broadband, essential to this 21st century economy, education, tourism, healthcare, all the things we've realized that broadband brings us and how important it is for each family and each business to have it. Ports, airports, locks and dams. Funding for the Corps of Engineers will improve our water resource infrastructure, facilitating the movement of goods and mitigating flood risks. Reauthorization of the AML program will provide billions of dollars to clean up abandoned mine sites. It's important in our state. Pennsylvania's got a lot of them too. We're fighting against climate change and we're cleaning up our environment. This legislation doesn't just invest in our infrastructure, but it will allow projects to move more quickly. Far too often, infrastructure projects are delayed because of the expensive and arduous environmental review and permitting process. An environmental impact statement under the NEPA Act for highway projects takes an average of 7 years. Think about how long that is and how much more money that costs. The highway bill unanimously approved by our EPW committee includes numerous project delivery provisions to provide a more efficient, predictable process. Notably, it codifies one federal decision. One federal decision for highway projects would establish a 2-year goal for completing environmental reviews. This isn't skirting the environmental process. This isn't running roughshod over it. This is putting a time clock on it. Let's move it. Require predictable schedules coordinated by agencies and requires a single environmental document with concurrent reviews, providing accountability and transparency. The EPW bill that we passed makes other common sense reforms like allowing states to be reimbursed for early utility relocation necessary for a project while the process is ongoing. Additional provisions in the broader legislation will extend the Fast 41 permitting reforms that Senator Portman is very instrumental in to help us build other types of infrastructure more efficiently. The reforms and investments this bill makes aren't just for now, but for the next generation. We've had a very lengthy and robust debate on the Senate floor. I would like to thank Senators Portman and Sinema, Senator Collins, who's on the floor, Senator Portman, Senator Sinema, all of the group of 20. If I start naming them, I'm going to leave somebody out. But particularly Senators Portman and Sinema picked up the ball where I left it. I'd like to think I got it to the 5-yard line. Maybe not so quite, but I got the ball rolling and I got it moving in the right direction. And then they did the tough sledding ahead, and I thank them for that. I would also like to thank my counterpart, Chairman Carper. He has been great in managing this bill on the floor, but also to keep the guardrails on that we established to make sure that the bipartisan group, was following along what the committee had unanimously passed and how we felt would be the most effective way to invest in our infrastructures for the future. I would like to thank my entire EPW committee team, starting with my staff director, Adam, who's been with me for many, many years. What you don't know, and what I know, is that Adam was back in the back with Mary Frances, and they were the traffic cops through the whole amendment process. Working the committees, the different 5 committees, Republican, Democrat, leadership, all of the different individual members. So I'm going to give Adam 1 day off, and then I think he'll be right back at it. But I can't, he is really irreplaceable to our committee, but also to this whole process. And also in this chamber with us today, Lauren Baker and Murphy Barrett, and many, many hours of just incredible depth of knowledge in this area. We couldn't have done it without you. But I'm going to name the rest of my staff who's not here with us. Libby Calloway, Georgiana Clemens, who will be, I announced, to still not have her baby. I announced last time I mentioned her. She's still waiting. Marley Collier, Travis Cohn, Sarah Delavan, Will Dixon, Elizabeth Horner, Max Hyman, Tyler Jenkins, Jess Kramer, Jake Kennedy, Matt Loops, Kayla McMurray, Taylor Meredith, Jacob Mitchell, Kelly Moore, Catherine Smith, Travis Voiles, and Andy Zock for their tireless efforts that have helped advance our committee's infrastructure legislation. On my personal team, I'd like to thank my Chief of Staff, Joel Brubaker, and also J.T. Jazerski for their leadership. I really want to thank Senator Carper's EPW staff, especially Mary Frances Repko, who's on the floor with the senator today, but also Rebecca Higgins, John Kane, Greg Dotson, Laura Gillum, Jordan Baugh, Heather Dan, Mackie McIntosh, Annie D'Amata, Kenneth Martin, and Tyler Hoffman Raridan for their dedication to this process as well. I will say, under Mary Frances's leadership and Adam's leadership on my committee, I think they have demonstrated to many committees, and certainly to us as the chairman and ranking member, that you can have conversations, communications, and you can work things out. You can work things out if you just stick with it. So thank you both very, very much. It's time to bring this bill home and do the work the American people expect us to do, which is to find bipartisan, consensus-driven solutions to our nation's pressing challenges. And this is a pressing challenge. Again, I urge a vote yes on this historic bipartisan bill that will improve our core infrastructure. If we pass this important legislation, I hope that the House will move swiftly, and as a former member of the House, as we all are, the House can move swiftly when they need to, and get this bill to the President's desk quickly. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Delaware is recognized.
Mr. President, I have 3 requests for committees to meet today during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Mr. President, Senator Kavanaugh has been very gracious in her thanks and praise, and it's now her turn to be on the receiving end. We've all heard of the gang of 20 or the gang of 22, the group of 20 or 22. Before there was a gang or a group of 22, there was a gang of 1. The gentlewoman from West Virginia, my native state. And she joined in with the president and the president's team to really get the ball rolling. And sort of took the handoff from what we had done working with the administration, meeting with the administration, meeting with the president. But when the president, after that meeting, they decided to engage, they decided to engage with you. And eventually, and you used the football analogy here, and you might not have gotten the ball into the end zone, but you certainly got into the red zone. And we are grateful for all of your work, and your good humor and good cheer, even when things were tough. I'm sitting right here. On my left is Mary Frances Repko, staff director of our EPW committee on the Democratic side. She's joined today, I think, on the floor by John Kane, by Mackie, by Tyler Hoffman, and we have Adam over here sitting next to the ranking member. Adam, I'm not going to go through, I've gone before through the names of your staff, but I'll just say you're all back there, and we are grateful for the great support and work that you've done, each one of you. I'd be remiss if I didn't thank, you don't get to be the floor managers without somebody in the leadership saying, well, we'd like for you to be floor managers. So Senator Schumer and Senator McConnell, thank you for putting your confidence and trust in Senator Capito and me. To the floor staff, the folks that work for the leaders, thank you very much to keep us on the straight and level and heading in the right direction. Rob Portman's still here on the floor. I don't see Kirsten Sinema, but Rob is here. And Rob Senator Portman succeeds George Voinovich, dear friend as governor. We were governors together and senators together. And I miss George every day, but you have more than filled his shoes, my friend. And we salute you for your leadership. And Kirsten's relatively new here, but she has really impressed a lot of people, taken the bull by the horns, indefatigable, never gave up, just wouldn't give up. And because of her efforts and the partnership she has with Senator Portman, we are here to today. I quoted a couple of times during the debate the words of Winston Churchill. Winston Churchill, when he's thrown out of office at the end of World War II, was asked, he left 10 Downing Street, is this the end? He replied famously, this is not the end, this is not the beginning of the end, this is the end of the beginning, the end of the beginning. And so it is here with us today. We are nearing the end of a debate and the final vote on the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act of 2021. And before we take a vote on the adoption of this measure, I just want to take a moment to reflect briefly on how this bipartisan infrastructure bill came to be. Senator Capito has already referred to this, but I want to reinforce it. In February of this year, at my encouragement, President Biden invited Senator Capito, Senator Cardin, Senator Inhofe, and me, all senior members of the Environment and Public Works Committee, to the White House to discuss the need to make bold investment in our nation's crumbling infrastructure. He asked us, the Environment and Public Works Committee, to lead the effort to address that need, to get to work in our committee by crafting and reporting to the full Senate, to this body, surface transportation legislation, roads, highways, bridges, as well as drinking water and water sanitation infrastructure, climate change legislation, by springtime. That was a request. In the weeks that followed, working together with all 20 members of the Environment and Public Works Committee, that's exactly what we did. 10 Democrats, 10 Republicans working together. And in May, we reported out of our committee a 5-year transportation bill with a unanimous bipartisan vote, 20-0. By more than a third, we increased investments in our roads, our highways, our bridges, with an historic climate title to help address the most serious challenge facing our planet, and that is a threat of global warming. That transportation bill is at the core of the legislation we consider today. Along with the Drinking Water and Wastewater Infrastructure Act, legislation was also reported unanimously out of the Committee of Environment and Public Works earlier this year and passed by the full Senate right here earlier this year by an 89-2 vote. That bill targets the most impoverished communities across America to help them meet their drinking and wastewater treatment needs. I'm proud, we're proud, of the work that our committee has done, made possible by the partnership that we enjoy. I think of the work that we did, Mr. President, I think it was like laying the foundation. Clean drinking water, wastewater sanitation, roads, highways, bridges, climate, really the foundation on which this package was built. And we try to provide an example to the rest of the Senate, the other committees of jurisdiction, and I'd like to think that maybe we did that. Leadership is all about leading. And the President sought and encouraged us to try to lead early this year, and I think we've met that request, and then some. I want to thank him. He didn't give up either. And he's been negotiating with Senator Capito, negotiating with the team of the Gang with 22, never gave up. A lot of people say this is a fool's errand. He never gave up. And I'm proud of him and the leadership that he's provided. But the bill before us, before this body today, builds on the strong bipartisan work of our Committee, Environment and Public Works, as well as good work done by our colleagues in other committees, Commerce Committee, Energy and Natural Resources Committees, among them. My appreciation to all who worked so tirelessly on this Herculean undertaking. Now, let me be clear. This legislation isn't perfect. It's been said before, you'll hear that again. I've never written a bill that was perfect, and this certainly, even though we've had a fair hand in writing a lot of it, it's not perfect. And despite making real progress, it doesn't go as far as we'd like to go in advancing equity, the way we treat other people, golden rule, treat other people the way we want to be treated, and tackling the existential crisis of our time, that is climate change. There's much more work to do on these issues that in my mind we have a moral obligation to address. So rest assured, I'll be joining my colleagues in fighting for progress on these fronts in the days and weeks ahead. But let's not make the perfect the enemy of the good. And make no mistake, the bill before us does a whole lot of good. It's the largest long-term investment in our nation's infrastructure in almost a century, and the largest federal investment in history when it comes to public transit, clean energy transmission, climate resiliency, clean drinking water, and wastewater infrastructure. And on this day, the American people are looking for us to strengthen our economy and support our communities and build for our future. On this day, we have a president dedicated to moving past partisan divides and meeting the moment for our nation. And on this day, leaders in this body from across the political spectrum, we've come together and shared a purpose, common cause, and commitment to find a way forward. I want to close with the thought that there's a lot of bridge money in here, a lot of money to fix bridges, all of West Virginia, Delaware, Ohio, Maine, you name it. There's a lot of troubled water in our country, troubled water. And I like to think of this legislation crafted together across the aisle, bipartisan, with the administration. We created a bridge over troubled waters. Think about that, a bridge over troubled waters. And right at a time when we really needed one. And we could use a few more as we go along. Sometimes when I travel, people ask me, say, what do you do? What do you do anyway? They don't know what I do, and on an airplane or whatever. And I say, I help people. And they say, how do you help them? And I think the best way we can help people is help them find a job, have a job that they can support themselves and their families. And we can help make sure that they have clean water to drink. We can help make sure they have clean air to breathe. Those are ways that we're helping people with this legislation, big time, and we'll be doing it for a long time. Colleagues, on this day, we can vote to make a down payment on a brighter future for our country. I want to ask you to join me in seizing the day in voting to advance this legislation. Together, on this day, let us seize the day. Carpe diem. Carpe diem. I yield the floor. Thank you.
Mr. President.
The majority leader is recognized.
And first, let me, before I begin, thank Senators Carper and Capito for managing this bill and doing it in such a fine way, and their staffs as well. Now, Mr. President, it's been a long and winding road, but we have persisted, and now we have arrived. There were many logs in our path, detours along the way, but the American people will now see the most robust injection of funds into infrastructure in decades. In a few moments, the Senate will pass the bipartisan infrastructure bill, dedicating over $1 trillion to strengthen every major category of our country's physical infrastructure. It's been a long time in coming. Our economy is #1 in the world, but infrastructure ranks number 13. You'll find better roads, bridges, airports, broadband in the United Arab Emirates than in the United States of America. Today, the Senate takes a decades overdue step to revitalize America's infrastructure and give our workers, our businesses, our economy the tools to succeed in the 21st century. The bill will make large and significant differences in both productivity and job creation in America for decades to come. To my colleagues, particularly the group of 10, then 11, then 22, who worked so hard in a bipartisan way, congratulations, congratulations on a job well done. Thank you to our committee chairs and ranking members whose expertise was required at several stages, and to the staff who sacrificed weekends, family gatherings, and most often sleep in order to finish this bill. Thank you. Can we have order, Mr. President? Thank you. Thank you to President Biden and his team at the White House. President Biden has been in office for only 7 months, and already the Senate is about to pass the first major infrastructure package in over a decade on a bipartisan basis with his complete and total involvement. Throughout the process, I have tried to prod the negotiators along when they've needed it and given them space when they've asked for it. At times, it took a deadline to kick negotiations into high gear. Other times, it required a few extra days to allow compromise to gel. But when the Senate is run with an open hand rather than a closed fist, senators can accomplish big things. So despite this long road we've taken, we have finally reached the finish line. Of course, we Democrats believe we need to do much more. The bipartisan infrastructure bill is a very significant bill, but our country has other very significant, very important challenges. Working families need help. Small businesses need a leg up. Climate change threatens the future of our planet. Our tax code needs to be straightened out. Other parts of our infrastructure, not addressed in this bipartisan bill, still need focus, attention, and help. So to my colleagues who are concerned that this does not do enough on climate, for families, and making corporations and the rich pay their fair share, we are moving on to a second track, which will make generational transformation in these areas. Once this bill is complete, the Senate will immediately turn to the second track in our two-track strategy, passing a budget resolution that will unlock historic investments in American jobs, American families, and the fight against climate change. The two-track strategy is proceeding full steam ahead. At its core, the Democratic budget, both parts, is about restoring the middle class in the 21st century and giving more Americans the opportunity to get there. Too many in the middle class are worried about their futures. The sunny American optimism has turned into a sourness, an anger, a divisiveness in the land. Bold, transformative action on both traditional infrastructure and on helping families, middle-class families cope, and on climate, will restore that bright, sunny optimism that has been part of this American psyche for centuries. At its core, what we want to do is this. We want to, thank you, Mr. Chairman. At the core, what we want to do is this. We want to cut taxes for American families. We want to create millions of jobs while tackling the climate crisis. And we want to pay for it by making corporations and the wealthy finally pay their fair share. After we pass the bipartisan infrastructure bill this morning, senators should expect to vote to proceed to the budget resolution. And we will begin the process for debating amendments shortly thereafter. Democrats are prepared to move quickly and decisively through the amendment process so we can finish what we set out to do before the end of the work period. The longer it takes to finish, the longer the Senate will be in session. At the start of July, I set two ambitious goals for this chamber before our August recess. One was to pass a bipartisan infrastructure bill to boost our economy, something the Senate has not achieved in many years, and this is a strong and bold accomplishment. The second was to pass a budget resolution with the kinds of transformative changes I've mentioned. Pundits called it wishful thinking in a chamber known for unhurried deliberation. Well, we are moments away from achieving the first goal, and I'm confident that very soon the Senate will take the first major step towards achieving our second goal. The Senate is on track to finish both tracks and deliver an outstanding result for the American people. I yield the floor and, no, don't yield the floor. I take back the floor.
Under the previous order, all post-cloture time is expired. The clerk will read the title of the bill for the third time.
Calendar number 100, H.R. 3684, an act to authorize funds for federal aid highways, highway safety programs, and transit programs and for other purposes.
The question is on the bill as amended.
Yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blunt, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun.
No.
Mr. Brown. Mr. Burr. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Carper. Mr. Casey. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mrs. Weinstein. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Inhofe. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Leahy. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Manchin. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Moran. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Tonight. Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed. Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer,
Christie?
Sorry.
Mr. Scott of Florida,
Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Shelby. Ms. Sinema. Ms. Smith. Ms. Stabenow. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Tester. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Toomey. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. I didn't want to say that out loud. Senators voting in the affirmative. Baldwin, Bennett, Blunt, Brown, Burr, Cantwell, Capito, Carper, Casey, Collins, Coons, Duckworth, Durbin, Feinstein, Fisher, Gillibrand, Graham, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kelly, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Manchin, Menendez, Merkley, Padilla, Portman, Reed, Rosen, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Smith, Stabenow, Tester, Warnock, Whitehouse, Wyden. Senators voting in the negative. Braun, Cornyn, Cotton, Ernst, Haggerty, Hawley, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Kennedy, Lummis, Paul, Scott of Florida, Thune, Tuberville. Mr. Sass, no. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Leahy, aye. Mr. Marshall, no. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Romney, aye. Mr. Daines, no. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Kane, aye. Ms. Warren, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mrs. Murray, aye. Mr. Warner, aye.
I brought them up before I knew that.
Mr. Toomey, no. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Rubio, no. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Sanders, aye. Miss Cinema, aye. Mr. Cardin, aye. Mr. Young.
Elizabeth.
Mr. Young,
Sorry.
no.
Got it.
Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Shelby,
Thank you.
no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Inhofe, no. Mr. Barrasso, no. Mr. Murphy, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 69, the nays are 30. The bill as amended is passed.
Madam President.
Majority Leader. The Senate will be in order, please.
And once again, congratulations to all of those who worked hard, so hard on this very significant and very important bill. And now we proceed to the second track. So, Madam President, I move to proceed to calendar number 122, Senate S. Conres 14, the concurrent resolution on the budget, and I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There is. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Do you want to go? Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blunt. Mr. Booker.
See you later.
Madam Vice President.
I got you, thank you. Lujan Cantwell. Mr. Bozeman. I got you.
That's so old. Somebody found it in a drawer. It's from one of my other spots over time. There you go.
Mr. Brown. Mr. Burr.
That's a nice sign. I wish I knew who did it.
Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Carper. Mr. Casey. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst.
And they found this one is actually.
Mrs. Feinstein. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Gotcha. Yep, thank you. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. I got you. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Inhofe. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Lankford.
Right. Yeah.
Mr. Leahy. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Manchin. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Moran.
Okay, I have no idea the system you guys.
Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith,
Done with Tuberville?
Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan,
Oh, there's more here.
Okay.
Mr. Tester,
You want me to write on these?
Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Tuberville,
I can write on these.
Okay.
But these are,
Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock,
okay. It's all good. You guys know it's good. We'll figure it out.
Gotcha.
Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Blumenthal, Brown, Cantwell, Cardin, Carper, Casey, Coons, Durbin, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Kane, Kelly, Leahy, Lujan, Manchin, Markey, Murphy, Murray, Padilla, Peters, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Sinema, Stabenow, Van Hollen, Warner, Warren, and Wyden. Senators voting in the negative. Got you both. Barrasso, Braun, Burr, Capito, Collins, Cotton, Kramer, Daines, Haggerty, Hyde-Smith, Inhofe, Kennedy, Lankford, Lee, Murkowski, Paul, Romney, Rubio, Sass, Scott of South Carolina, Thune, Toomey, Tuberville, and Wicker. Mrs. Gillibrand? Aye. Mr. Reed? I did. Aye. Mr. Booker? Aye. Mrs. Shaheen? Aye. Mr. Schumer? Aye. Ms. Cortez Masto? Aye. Mr. Cornyn? No. I got you. Mr. Hoeven? No. Mr. Tester? Aye. Mrs. Blackburn? No. Mr. Portman? No. Mr. Graham? No. Mr. King? Aye. Mr. Crapo? No. Mr. Marshall, no. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Hawley, no. Ms. Ernst, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Shelby, no. Mr. Menendez, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Ms. Hassan, aye.
As soon as you do 51, can I have it?
51?
Yep. And then I'll
31,
get these
51?
32, 51. The next one he has.
Got it.
Tag, and then I can get
Marianne, this is 3301. Do you have one that's 3251? No.
Mr. Bozeman, no.
I don't have the 3251 one.
Oh, here it is. No, that's 33.
Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Tillis, no. Mr. Blunt, no. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Grassley, no. Mrs. Feinstein, aye. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Ms. Lummis, no.
Are you okay for a second?
I'm sorry. Mr. McConnell, no. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mr. Sullivan, no.
Are you almost back to normal?
Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Johnson, no.
The yeas are 50, the nays are 49, and the motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the resolution.
Calendar number 122, S. Con. Res. 14, setting forth the congressional budget for the United States government for fiscal year 2022 and setting forth the appropriate budgetary levels for fiscal years 2023 through 2031.
Senator from Vermont.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that for the duration of the Senate's consideration of S-Con Res. 14, the budget resolution for fiscal year 2021, the majority and the Republican managers of the resolution, while seated or standing at the managers' desks, be permitted to deliver floor remarks, retrieve, review, and edit documents, and send email and other data communications from text displayed on wireless personal digital assistant devices and tablet devices. I further ask unanimous consent that the use of calculators be permitted on the floor during consideration of the budget resolution. Further, that the staff be permitted to make technical and conforming changes to the resolution, if necessary, consistent with the amendments adopted during Senate consideration, including calculating the associated change in the net interest function and incorporating the effect of such adopted amendments on the budgetary aggregates for federal revenues, the amount by which the federal revenues should be changed, new budget authority, budget outlays, deficits, public debt, and debt held by the public. Finally, that the following staff members from my staff and from Senator Graham's staff be given all access floor passes for consideration of the resolution. Majority staff, Michael Jones, Joshua Smith, Melissa Kaplan Pistoner, Billy Jindal, and Liam Fagan. Republican staff, Nick Myers, Matthew Giroux, Matthew Joe Keeley, Becky Cole, and Chrisanne Pierce.
Is there objection? Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that there be 2 minutes for debate equally divided prior to each vote during consideration of S-Con Res. 14.
Is there objection? Without objection.
President, let me begin by thanking President Biden and Majority Leader Schumer for their leadership in the arduous process which has gotten us to where we are right now. Mr. President, I do understand that many of my Republican colleagues are in a bit of shock. They're in a bit of shock now. They are finding it hard to believe that the President and the Democratic caucus are prepared to go forward in addressing the long-neglected needs of working families and not just the 1% and wealthy campaign contributors. That's not the way things usually happen around here. Usually it's the big money interests, the campaign contributors, and the lobbyists who call the tunes. But not today. Today, we move this country in a very different direction. Mr. President, the American people are sick and tired of growing income and wealth inequality in our country, where two people now own more wealth than the bottom 40%, where the top 1% owns more wealth than the bottom 92%, and where 45% of all new income has gone to the top 1% since 2009. In other words, the people on top are doing phenomenally well. Meanwhile, while the very rich have become much richer, the gross unfairness of our current tax system has allowed in a given year some of the wealthiest people in our country and some of the largest and most profitable corporations to not pay a nickel in a given year in federal income tax, not one penny. Well, that is about to change. The American people want a government which represents all of us and not just the few. And this legislation is going to ask the wealthiest people in our country to start paying their fair share of taxes so that we can address the needs of working families, the elderly, the children, the sick, and the poor. And despite what some of my Republican colleagues may be saying, no one in America who makes less than $400,000 a year will pay a nickel more in federal taxes. In fact, what we are looking at in this budget proposal is an historic tax cut for working families and the middle class. Further, and importantly, at a time when California is on fire, when Oregon is on fire, when Greece is burning, and when countries throughout the world are experiencing unprecedented drought, which will clearly impact food production, this legislation begins the process of combating climate change so that our kids and grandchildren can live in a country and a planet which is healthy and habitable. It would be immoral and an absolute dereliction of our responsibilities as elected officials to do anything less. We cannot ignore climate change any longer. Now is the time for our great country to lead the world out of this existential crisis. And by the way, as we address the long-neglected needs of working families and as we combat climate change, we are going to create millions of good-paying jobs, many of them union jobs. Let me very briefly take this opportunity to describe some of what is in this budget proposal. First, we are going to address the disgrace of the United States having the highest rate of childhood poverty of almost any major country on earth. This is the wealthiest country on earth, and we should not have millions of our children living in poverty. This budget is going to provide the long-awaited for help that working parents all over this country desperately need. And when we do that, we will substantially reduce childhood poverty in America. And we're going to do that by extending the child tax credit so that families continue to receive monthly direct payments of up to $300 per child. We began that process in the American Rescue Plan. It has been enormously successful in Vermont and all over this country as parents finally get the help that they need to raise their kids. And in fact, it has helped reduce childhood poverty in our country by 61%. And we are going to extend those child tax credits. Further, we're going to help working parents by addressing the crisis in childcare, by making sure that no working family in our country pays more than 7% of their income for childcare. And all over this country, talking to parents in Vermont, elsewhere, people are paying 25% of their income for childcare so that they can go to work. That makes no sense at all. And under our proposal, no working family will pay more than 7%. And when we do that, when we make childcare more affordable and accessible, it will allow over 1 million women who are now home with their kids to re-enter the workforce and improve our economy. And further, in terms of addressing the needs of our working parents and their kids, we will expand public education by providing universal pre-K to every 3- and 4-year-old in the country. Madam President, this budget proposal is going to end the international disgrace of the United States being the only major country on earth not to guarantee paid family and medical leave as a right. Somebody who is sick today should not be forced to go to work and maybe by expanding their illness by contagion, make other people sick. Parents should be able to stay home with their sick children. And when a woman has a baby, she should not be forced back into work a week after giving birth simply because she has no income to stay home. Yes, in America, we will join every other major country and guarantee paid family and medical leave. And Madam President, we will begin to address the crisis in higher education by making community colleges in America tuition-free. And this will give millions of young people and working people the opportunity to get the education they need to acquire the skills so they can go out and get the good-paying jobs that are out there. It will also give people the opportunity to transfer the 2 years of credits earned at a community college to a 4-year school. Now, I hope in years to come we will go further, but 2 years of free community college is no small thing. Madam President, this budget proposal begins the process of taking on the greed of the pharmaceutical industry and saving taxpayers hundreds of billions of dollars by requiring that Medicare negotiate prescription drug prices with the pharmaceutical industry. It is not acceptable to me and to the American people that we continue to pay by far the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. Medicare must negotiate prescription drug prices, and this budget sets the stage for that to happen. And Madam President, we will use the savings acquired by negotiating prescription drug prices in Medicare by expanding Medicare. We're going to use those savings to expand Medicare to cover the dental care, the hearing aids, the eyeglasses that seniors desperately need. This is the wealthiest country on earth, and yet we have millions of senior citizens who lack teeth in their mouth. They need dentures. They can't afford to get it. They need hearing aids in order to communicate with their grandkids. Can't afford to do that. They need a decent pair of glasses. Can't afford that. And in terms of health care, we will also substantially increase the number of doctors, nurses, and dentists who practice in underserved areas and expand the community health center program into new areas as well. Madam President, this budget proposal will combat homelessness in America and address the reality that nearly 18 million households are paying over 50% of their limited incomes for housing through an unprecedented investment in affordable housing. We will ensure further that people in an aging society, we're getting older as a society, and that we will ensure that those people can receive the health care they need in their own homes instead of being forced into expensive and inadequate nursing homes, and that the workers who provide that important care to the elderly and the disabled are not forced to exist on starvation wages. This is such important work and such emotionally draining work. Those folks deserve a decent paycheck. And Madam President, we will bring undocumented people out of the shadows and provide them with a pathway to citizenship, including those very brave workers who have courageously kept our economy going in the middle of a deadly pandemic. Madam President, as I mentioned earlier, we will take on the existential threat of climate change by transforming our energy system toward renewable energy and energy efficiency. Among many other provisions in terms of climate change, we will establish a civilian climate corps, which will give hundreds of thousands of young people good-paying jobs and educational benefits as they roll up their sleeves and get to work to help us save the planet. This budget proposal, will make it easier, not harder, for workers to join unions in America. Madam President, my Republican colleagues are upset that we are using the reconciliation process and only 50 votes to pass this budget. They're very upset about that. But let us be clear. This idea of using reconciliation is certainly not a new idea. When Republicans controlled the Senate, they used reconciliation to pass trillions of dollars in tax breaks to the top 1% and large corporations. When Republicans controlled the Senate, they used reconciliation to make climate change worse by opening up the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge to oil drilling. When Republicans controlled the Senate, they tried to use reconciliation to repeal the Affordable Care Act and throw 32 million Americans off of the health care they had. Well, today it is true. We will also use reconciliation, but we will do it in a different way. We will use it to help the working families of our country and not just the wealthy and the powerful. Madam President, it is no great secret that millions of Americans are giving up on democracy, are moving toward authoritarianism, and are losing faith in their government. Many of those people are working longer hours for lower wages. They can't afford health care. They can't afford to send their kids to college, and they worry very much about the future of their kids and the future of this country. This legislation will not only provide enormous support, unprecedented in recent American history, to the children in our country, to the parents in our country, to the elderly people in our country, to the working families of our country, but it will also, I hope, restore the faith of the American people in the belief that we can have a government that works for all of us and not just the few. Thank you, Madam President.
Hey, Madam President.
Senator from South Carolina.
Thank you.
Good to see you back.
Good to be back. Thank you for the inquiries about my well-being to all my colleagues. I appreciate the good wishes and the phone calls and the food, and I made it. I think the worst is behind me. I want to reinforce a simple message. If you haven't been vaccinated regarding the COVID problem, you need to get vaccinated. I've been vaccinated, and I got COVID anyway. A couple of really bad days, but I'm doing better, and I feel on the mend, and I'm confident if I hadn't had the vaccine, it would have been a lot worse. So in my state, about 50% of the people are still unvaccinated. Just for your own good and the good of our state, I would urge you to consider getting vaccinated. I think the vaccine is safe and it works, and it certainly, I'm glad I had it, and the sooner we can get to herd immunity through vaccinations and other means, the better off we'll be. So to all my colleagues and people back home, thank you for the kind words and the inquiries. Now, but we're back at work, and I'm glad I was able to make this debate. I think this is a debate worth having. We just passed a $1 trillion infrastructure bill. The presiding officer, Senator Sinema from Arizona, was one of the architects of the bill. Congratulations. I voted for it because it made sense to me. We've been talking about infrastructure here for 5 or 10 years, and this $1 trillion package, 550 of new spending, which I believe to be paid for, goes into ports, roads, and bridges, and rural broadband. 19 Republicans voted for it. I'm hoping we can make it reality and get it to President Biden's desk, because I think infrastructure is much needed, and we were finding bipartisanship in that space. Now we're moving on to something completely different. I dare say radical. Right after the majority was seized by the Democratic Party, you pushed through a $1.9 trillion package. It had a lot to talk about COVID, but most of it wasn't related to COVID as we know it, after we'd worked together on $4 trillion of spending. Now, this budget resolution is proposing $3.5 trillion of additional spending, and we'll talk about how that affects you, the public, here in a minute. But the first thing I want you to know, it's not $3.5 trillion. That's not accurate. When you look at the increase in public debt and the authorization of new discretionary spending, it's at least 4.2. So it's not $3.5 trillion, it's over $4 trillion. First thing you got to do is be honest with the product you're selling. This will cost well over $4 trillion if fully implemented. What else does this bill do that people in this body need to know about? It changes the rule regarding emergency spending. Right now, we can spend through an emergency basically unlimited money and not have to worry about offsets and all that good stuff because it's truly an emergency. But you need 60 votes to declare something an emergency. This budget resolution will change that rule so that a simple majority of senators can determine anything they would like to be an emergency and spend without any accountability. I think that's a bad idea for the body, because anything you could do, we can do, and it really is an assault on the idea of minority rights. I think it's the biggest blow to the institution yet. It's buried in this bill, but it eliminates the 60-vote requirement to declare items emergency spending, replacing it with a simple majority, allowing a majority, a single party, to spend without restriction in the name of emergency. So to my friends on the other side, you need to look at what's in this bill, and I hope you will find that to be unacceptable change to the United States Senate. because when it comes to spending, it guts the idea that the minority matters, because all you have to do, if this budget resolution is implemented the way they've written it, is to declare something emergency, get 50 votes, and spend. Very bad idea. We're going to try to change that, and we hope we can find some bipartisan support. So let me tell you about this bill. I'm going to ask some questions. On the immigration side, Senator Sanders said that this bill creates millions of new green cards for people here illegally. So here's a question. If we told the world that in the budget reconciliation we're going to increase millions of green cards for people here illegally, do you think that would entice more people to come here illegally? Here's what I think. I think that's the dumbest idea I could think of. In the middle of an invasion of this country by illegal immigrants, the Democratic Party, through budget reconciliation, is going to authorize millions of new green cards for people here illegally. It's in your document. Senator Sanders admitted that. Here's what's happening as I speak. These statements are being translated into Spanish and every other language, and human traffickers all over the world are going to let the word get out that, hey, the Senate is about to increase the number of green cards available for illegal immigrants. Why don't you go and get in line? Nobody's asked the Border Patrol, how do you think this would affect our illegal immigration problem? Have you spent 15 minutes talking to anybody at the border about what this policy change would do to a broken immigration system? I guarantee you haven't, because if you talk to anybody with common sense on the border, they would tell you the last thing you need to do right now is incentivize more illegal immigration by allocating green cards to people here already illegally. What's happened in the last 6 months? A 262% increase compared to last year. Does any Democrat have any idea what's happening here? Have any of you came to the floor to explain to the American people what the hell's going on at the border? You don't have a clue. You don't care. The same people who are writing this budget resolution to spend $4 trillion on a liberal wish list are the same people in charge of the border. They haven't asked one Border Patrol professional the effect of this bill on a broken immigration system. We've had 1.2 million people come to the country illegally already. Let's compare that to last year's. A 262% increase. Illegal crossings by unaccompanied minors have surged 186% compared to last year. Why? The Biden administration has kept the COVID deportation Title 42 law in place, but it's made exception by unaccompanied minors. If you're a certain age, you can stay. Guess what? The human traffickers has found that out, and word is out all over the Northern Triangle countries, but really the world. We've had a 186% increase in unaccompanied minors because of policy changes made by the Biden administration. 27% of unaccompanied minors recently deported tested positive for COVID-19. How many of the unaccompanied minors have been released into the country? Of the 1.2 million people who have come here legally, how many of them have been released? How many of them have been tested? How many of them positive for COVID? Nobody knows these numbers because nobody seems to have a clue of what to do about it. So what are the trends? Look at this chart. Look at 2020 compared to 18, 19, and 20. An explosion of illegal immigrants. 1.2 million almost. Year to date, in 2020, we had 458,000. A 260% increase in illegal crossings at the border because the Biden administration did away with the Remain in Mexico policy, so asylum claims are through the roof. We're allowing unaccompanied children to stay as an exception to Title 42, along with families. And guess what? You have an explosion of illegal immigrant crossings in this country. If you pass this budget resolution the way Senator Sanders described, you're going to throw jet fuel on this. This number will go through the friggin' roof. Every human trafficker in the world is going to get the word out throughout the world. They're increasing the number of green cards made available to illegal immigrants in America. Come now, the time is right. What a dangerous idea, but it's part of this grand new vision for America. Let me tell you about this vision for America. Open borders, dropping people by the thousands off into the interior of the United States, not adequately tested, enticing young people to take a very dangerous journey, destroying all the gains we had, stopping a wall that was almost built. That's the vision being created by the budget resolution, and then some. The idea of increasing green cards for illegal immigrants already here will make these numbers explode beyond what they are already exploding. Only God knows. Has anyone told you the price at the pump? Has anybody mentioned to you on the other side, what is the cost of this bill when we implement climate change reforms to you as a consumer? Senator Markey, who's a very passionate believer in climate change, said the Green New Deal is part of the DNA of this bill. Senator Sanders is an avowed socialist, one of the most honest people in this building. Senator Sanders' vision for the last 20 and 30 years is in this budget resolution. This budget resolution is a dream for those who want to socialize America. It's a nightmare for working people. How much has gas prices gone up in the last 6 months? $1. Here's what I think. If you implement the provisions of this budget resolution regarding climate change, you're declaring war on the internal combustion engine. You're going to shut down coal-fired plants in rural America. The question I have for my Democratic colleagues, how much will gas prices go up if this bill becomes reality? How much will your heating bill go up because you shut down supply? How has there been an increase of $1 at the pump? Policy matters. I dare say that if this bill ever is implemented, you're going to double gas prices. I hope you're listening out there, America. If they implement this radical transformation of our energy economy, you're going to have a dramatic increase of gas prices and heating prices. This is the worst thought-out idea I've ever seen. They're just throwing every liberal idea and hope it sticks to the wall, and their whole reason for being on the left is in this bill. There's a border-adjusted carbon tax proposal floating around out there. What does that mean to you? What the hell is a border-adjusted carbon tax? The best I can understand, it's going to be a tax on products coming into the country because the way the product was made is not sufficiently green enough. So they're going to charge for that product, put a tax on it at the border. Guess what? That's going to increase the cost of whatever good we're talking about. And where do you think that cost goes? It goes to you. This is the most inflationary idea I've ever seen. We've had 5.4% increase in inflation recently, wiping out all the gains in the economy. How could that be? You're spending money like drunken sailors, and if this bill ever becomes law, if it's ever implemented, and there's a border-adjusted carbon tax, it's going to be passed on to the consumer. If you're on a fixed income, this whole idea is a nightmare for you because your gas prices are going to go up, your heating bill is going to go up, and all the things that they're going to make for free will create an inflationary effect. The size of the government's going to increase dramatically. Interest rates will have to go up. So if you own a home, you drive a car, you breathe air, get ready for more taxes and more spending. All I can say is that I believe in climate change, and I'd like to have a rational approach to solving the problem. But this is not rational. This is partisan. And this $4.2 trillion bill, it's not $3.5, is going to lead to a wave of illegal immigration, the likes of which you've never seen before. A 262% increase in the last 6 months. If this bill, this idea ever becomes reality, you can double that. If this bill ever becomes reality, a $1 increase in gas prices are going to be the good old days. If they shut down all the coal-fired plants without any way to replace it other than a bunch of BS, good luck with a heating bill. They're going to change your country. It's going to be more like Venezuela and less like America. This idea is going to be paid for by taxing the rich is a bunch of BS. If you took the entire wealth of the 1%, including their cars and their dogs, it's less than half we need to deal with the entitlement problems we already have. And you're growing exponentially the size of government. More government to pay for. Eventually, interest rates are going to have to go up. You're putting in motion, I think, the demise of America as we know it. You're putting in motion a government that nobody's grandchild can ever afford to pay. You're putting in motion the destruction of energy independence. You've declared war on the fossil fuel industry in this country. And you've not done a damn thing about China, India, Russia, or Iran. So the bottom line here is if you believe in energy independence, then you need to vote against this budget resolution because we'll lose it. If you believe that inflation is a death blow to the middle class, you need to vote against this budget resolution. If you don't know how much gas prices are going to be increased, they owe you an answer. So I'm going to ask this question for the next 15 hours. Do you have any idea, if all this becomes reality, how much increase at the pump will be affected by the average consumer in the next year? How much will our heating bills go up? As to the border-adjusted carbon tax, will it be inflationary? Where does the money go from the tax? Who gets it? Little details like this. All I can say is that everybody has a dream in America. There's the American dream and the American socialist dream for America. This budget resolution sets in motion an assault on free enterprise, the destruction of energy independence, incentivizing illegal immigration at a time we can afford it the least. If you don't believe these things, then you haven't read what's in this blueprint. Have you ever asked yourself the question, what the hell has happened in the last 6 months? Why are we up $1 a gallon at the pump? Because they've declared war on fossil fuels made in America. Why do we have a 262% increase in illegal immigration? Because they changed all the policies that work at the border. Why is inflation rising? Because the fiscal policies of the Biden administration and our friends on the left are driving up prices. The worst is yet to come. If this budget resolution becomes a reality, God help the American middle class, we'll be less energy dependent. Our money will go not nearly as far. You're going to have to dramatically raise taxes if you intend to pay for this monstrosity. And some Democrats have said it's got to be paid for. There's no way in hell to pay for this bill unless you fundamentally raise taxes across the board at a time we're struggling to get back on our feet. So this is why we have elections. In 2022, this idea will be on the ballot. And my goal and my Republican colleagues is to fight like hell to stop the increase at the pump, stop an increase of your heating bills, and to stop an invasion of our country by illegal immigrants, all driven by bad policy choices. But everything they've done in the last 6 months pales in comparison to what they're going to do for this country if this budget resolution ever becomes a reality. So yes, sir, we're going to have one hell of a fight. I don't know how long we're going to be here, but as long as it takes, America is worth fighting for. And America, as we know her, is at risk through this budget resolution. Thank you.
Let them have this conversation. When they give us the high sign, then.
Am I going? Yes. Madam President,
The senator from Vermont.
I ask unanimous consent that it be in order to call up the following amendments, that they be reported by number, and that the Senate vote in relation to the amendments in the order listed, with no amendments in order prior to a vote. Barrasso, 3055, Carper, 3330, Thune, 3106, Cortez Masto, 3317.
Is there objection? Without objection.
I yield the remaining Republican time on the I yield the remaining Republican time on the resolution.
The senator has that right.
I yield the majority's remaining time on the resolution.
The senator has that right. All time on the resolution has been yielded back. Yes.
Madam President.
Senator from Wyoming.
Thank you, Madam President. I call up my amendment number 3055 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will record the amendment by number.
The senator from Wyoming, Mr. Barrasso, proposes an amendment number 3055.
There will now be 2 minutes of debate, equally divided.
Madam President. Madam President, I'm offering this amendment to spare the country from the so-called Green New Deal. Look, the Green New Deal is not about protecting the environment. It's about making big government even bigger. This socialist scheme would destroy jobs. It will reduce the quality of life for the American people. Millions and millions of Americans will suffer. It would worsen already high inflation. It will drive a stake through the economy and eventually bankrupt the nation. Senate Democrats have made it clear that they want to use this reckless tax and spending spree to implement the Green New Deal. Just last night, Senator Markey of Massachusetts made this statement. He says, without question, the Green New Deal is in the DNA of this budget resolution. Let me repeat. He said, without question, the Green New Deal is in the DNA of this budget resolution. Instead of raising costs on energy, we should be working to lower the cost of alternative technologies and fuels through innovation, not taxation and regulation. So I would encourage a yes vote on the Barrasso amendment and reject the job-killing Green New Deal. Madam President.
The senator from Vermont.
Mr. Barrasso's amendment is interesting when he talks about the Green New Deal. The only problem is what he's talking about has nothing to do with the Green New Deal.
Despite what Senator Barrasso says, the Green New Deal would not ship jobs overseas. In fact, it will create millions of good-paying jobs in the United States of America. It will not raise electricity prices. It will not make the United States dependent on dirty sources of energy from other countries. In case the senator from Wyoming has missed it, Oregon is burning. California is burning. Greece is burning. There is a drought hitting virtually every country on Earth. Newsflash, climate change is real, and the United States and other countries have got to address it. Madam President, as a supporter of the Green New Deal, I have no problem voting for this amendment because it has nothing to do with the Green New Deal.
The question is on the amendment.
Yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blunt, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mr. Brown, Mr. Burr, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Inhofe. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Leahy. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Manchin. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Moran. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative. Barrasso, Bozeman, Cantwell, Carper, Casey, Cassidy, Coons, Cornyn, Kramer, Crapo, Graham, Hassan, Heinrich, Hirono, King, Merkley, Moran, Paul, Peters, Romney, Rubio, Sanders, Sass, Schatz, Scott of Florida, Smith, Tillis, Tuberville, Whitehouse. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Tester, Mr. Tester, aye. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Burr, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Braun, aye. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mrs. Feinstein, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Inhofe, aye. Mr. Leahy, aye. Mrs. Murray, aye. Miss Cinema, aye. Miss Lummis, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mrs. Hyde Smith, aye. Haggerty. Miss Stabenow, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Miss Rosen, aye. Miss Baldwin. Miss Baldwin, aye. Mr. Blunt, aye. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Manchin, aye. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Toomey, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Oh, I'm sorry. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Carden, aye. Mr. Menendez, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Booker, aye.
That's what I was, Mr. Lee, aye.
My family's there right now. I'm supposed to be there. I missed the whole vacation. I'm there right now. Glaciers and geysers.
We're good.
My husband and daughter are there.
Mr. Cruz, aye. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Brown, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Lujan, aye. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Portman, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Shelby, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Padilla, aye. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye.
The yeas are 99, the nays are 0. The amendment is agreed to. I'm sorry?
Madam President, the Senate is not in order.
The Senate is not in order. The Senate will be in order. We do indeed have a long way to go. The Senator from Delaware.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I call up my amendment number 3330 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report the amendment by number.
The Senator from Delaware, Mr. Carper, proposes an amendment number 3330.
There are now 2 minutes of debate, equally divided.
Madam President, the amendment that I've called up is clear, it is simple, and it is straightforward. It makes clear that we are going to address the climate crisis. We're going to do it through policies to do several things. one, create jobs. two, create jobs here in the United States.
The Senate will come to order. Members, take your conversations off the floor. The Senator from Delaware.
Thank you, Madam President. Policies that will strengthen our economy, all while reducing the pollution that hurts our health and our environment. Madam President, we're in a code red situation. This is all hands on deck when it comes to the climate crisis. We don't have a moment to waste. We need to put politics aside and act now on climate change. The budget resolution should allow us to develop legislation that can respond to urgent challenge of climate change. And I ask my colleagues to join me in supporting this amendment. I yield.
President.
The Senator from Wyoming.
Madam President, I rise to oppose the Carper amendment. Let's be clear. We all want to address climate change, period. Now, this amendment does much more than that. Just because you say you want to address climate change does not mean every policy that you propose is a good idea. There can be disagreement, and I disagree strongly with the Green New Deal policies in this $4.2 trillion bill. It wastes taxpayer dollars, it costs hundreds of jobs, and it hurts our economy. Our economy should be a priority here. It should be the priority. We can protect the environment without punishing the economy, and this bill and amendment fails that test. Thank you, Madam President. I yield the floor.
If there's no further debate, the question is on the amendment. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blunt. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Braun. Mr. Brown. Mr. Burr. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn,
Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Booker, Brown, Cantwell, Cardin, Carper, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Kelly, Leahy, Markey, Menendez, Murray, Ossoff, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Shaheen, Sinema, Smith, Stabenow, Warren, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Bozeman, Capito, Cassidy, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Hawley, Inhofe, Johnson, Kennedy, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, Paul, Risch, Romney, Sass, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Shelby, Sullivan, Tillis, and Tuberville. Mrs. Feinstein, aye. Mr. Young, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, no. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Casey, aye. Mr. Toomey, no. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Lujan, aye. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Rubio, no. Mr. Blunt, Mr. Blunt, no. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Burr, no.
Well,
Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Moran, no. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Portman, no. Mr. Braun, no. Mr. Padilla, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Tester, aye. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Manchin, Mr. Manchin, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. McConnell, no.
The nays are 48, and the amendment is agreed to.
Madam President.
The Senator from South Dakota.
Madam President, I rise in support of Thune Amendment 3106, which would preserve the long-standing step-up in basis for family-owned businesses, farms, and ranches. For decades, the tax code has allowed family-run businesses to be handed down without imposing capital gains taxes on the appreciation and value from the prior generation. Changing this would hit generationally owned enterprises hard, particularly in rural communities, and it could force families to sell off part of the farm or business just to pay the new tax. Congress tried something similar before and had to repeal the tax before it took effect because it was unworkable. Unlike Amendment 3317, which is the side-by-side the Democrats will be offering here temporarily, which would simply delay the tax, My amendment would provide permanent relief by preserving step-up in basis for all family-owned businesses, farms, and ranches, and I encourage my colleagues to support it, and would add that I have letters of support from the National Association of Manufacturers, NFIB, Family Business Estate Tax Coalition, Taxpayers Protection Alliance, Council for Citizens Against Government Waste, Americans for Tax Reform, National Taxpayers Union, Center for a Free Economy, Family Business Coalition, Small Business Entrepreneurship Council, and CASE. Mr. President, I urge the adoption of this amendment.
Does the senator wish to call up his amendment?
I call up Amendment 3106 and ask that it be reported by number.
Great.
Madam President.
The clerk will report the amendment by number.
Senator from South Dakota, Mr. Thune, proposes an amendment numbered 3106.
The senator from Oregon.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, Senate Democrats take a back seat to no one in standing up for family farmers, ranchers, and small businesses. In fact, President Biden has made it clear that any changes to stepped-up basis will provide durable protection for family farmers, ranchers, and small businesses. Speaking for myself, Senator Cortez Masto, and Senator Tester, we are following through on that Biden pledge because it is both fair and common sense. Now, capital gains reform is about ensuring that the wealthiest pay their fair share. On our watch, multi-billionaires cannot plant a few tomatoes and call themselves a family farmer. I will vote for the Thune amendment as well as the important Cortez Masto Tester Wyden amendment that will be taken up next.
The question is on the amendment. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blunt, Mr. Booker, Mr. Boozman, Mr. Thank you. Mr. Burr, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, thank you. Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, I got you. Ms. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, what? Thank you. Thank you. Mrs. Fisher. Aye. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty. I did, thank you. Yeah, you. Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez. No? Okay. Thank you. Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mr. Murray, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, thank you, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Then 3106 is agreed to. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Portman, aye. Mr. Rubio, aye. Senators voting in the affirmative: Bennett, Blackburn, Blumenthal, Blunt, Bozeman, Braun, Brown, Burr, Cantwell, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cortez Masto, Kramer, Daines, Duckworth, Durbin, Ernst, Fisher, Gillibrand, Graham, Grassley, Hassan, Heinrich, Heidsmith, Inhofe, Johnson, Kelly, Kennedy, Lankford, Lee, Lujan, Lummis, Markey, Marshall, McConnell, Menendez, Murray, Paul, Portman, Romney, Rubio, Sanders, Sass, Schatz, Scott of South Carolina, Shaheen, Sinema, Smith, Stabenow, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Toomey, Tuberville, Wicker, Wyden, and Young. No senator voted in the negative. Mr. Cardin, aye. Mr. Leahy, aye. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Shelby, aye. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Carper, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Reed, aye. Ms. Rosen, aye. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Casey didn't vote. Oh, I'm sorry. You looking at time? We've used 13 minutes. Mr. Casey, aye. Ms. Warren, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mrs. Feinstein, aye.
These go up here then.
Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Manchin, no. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Tester, aye. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Padilla, aye. Mr. Manchin, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye.
Where's everyone going in between these votes? We literally have nothing else to do. Okay, all right. The yeas are 99, the nays are 0, and the amendment is agreed to. The senator from Vermont.
Unanimous consent that following the Cortez Masto amendment, the following amendments be in order, that the amendments be reported by number with no amendments in order prior to a vote in relation to the amendment. Loomis 3104, Hassan Young 3278, Crapo 3099, Wyden 3365, Kramer 3105, Scott 3073, Rubio 3097.
Is there objection? Without objection, so ordered.
Madam President.
The senator from Nevada.
Madam President, I call up my amendment number 3317 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report by number.
The senator from Nevada, Ms. Cortez Masto, for herself and others, proposes an amendment number 3317.
Thank you. Madam President, I am joined on this amendment by Senators Tester, Wyden, and Warnock. Our amendment will protect family farms, ranches, and small businesses while ensuring that the wealthy pay their fair share. Family-owned businesses, farms, and ranches are the backbone of the American economy. Many of these family-owned businesses have held their assets for generations and have a deep connection to the land they inherit. They are essential to feeding America. Congress should protect these multi-generational, hardworking families who have spent a lifetime creating jobs, building businesses, and serving their communities. We are committed to protecting these family-owned businesses while ensuring that the top 1% in corporations pay their fair share. Madam President, I ask for the yeas and nays.
Madam President.
Is there a sufficient second?
Madam President.
There appears to be.
Madam President.
The yeas and nays are ordered. The senator from South Dakota.
Madam President, I appreciate the support of my colleagues in acknowledging the full benefit of step-up in basis for all businesses. This amendment proposed by the senator from Nevada dilutes that support. As I previously described, the administration's proposal would end the existing step-up in basis tax treatment that protects generationally owned businesses from tax liability when the business is passed on to the next generation. And I might add, I said this earlier, this was tried once in the 1970s. Chuck Grassley was here. And he was the guy who helped end this because it was unworkable. So here we are trying to do this all over again. The administration suggested it might include arbitrary exemptions to this ill-advised idea, which I think is what the Cortez Masto amendment speaks to. But unfortunately, these so-called protections for family-owned operations would not provide sustained relief and in practice would be incredibly difficult to implement. The reason they didn't do it in the 1970s, we have never taxed unrealized gains in this country. This proposal is a half measure that would still punish hardworking families and businesses in this country, and I urge my colleagues to oppose it.
The question is on the amendment. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blunt, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mr. Brown, Mr. Burr, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Badia, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Bennett, Booker, Cantwell, Cardin, Casey, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, King, Leahy, Lujan, Manchin, Menendez, Merkley, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Reed, Rosen, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Smith, Stabenow, Tester, Warner, Warren, and Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Blunt, Braun, Burr, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Cruz, Daines, Ernst, Grassley, Hawley, Hoeven, Hyde-Smith, Inhofe, Kennedy, Lankford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, Paul, Portman, Risch, Romney, Sass, Scott of South Carolina, Shelby, Sinema, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, and Young. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Crapo, no. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mrs. Feinstein, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Graham, no. Mr. Toomey, Mr. Toomey, no. Mr. Moran, Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Johnson, Mr. Johnson, no. Ms. Klobuchar, Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Coons, Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Murphy, Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Brown, aye. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Rubio, no. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Carper, aye. Mr. Sullivan, no.
The yeas are 49, the nays are 50, and the amendment is not agreed to.
I think you'll be saying that a few times today.
The senator from Wyoming.
Madam President, I call up my amendment number 3104 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
Senator from Wyoming, Ms. Lummis, proposes amendment number 3104.
Madam President, as Americans are trying to enjoy their last month of summer vacation before the kids go back to school, they are facing gasoline prices at a near 7-year high. What is the Biden administration doing about this? They're begging Russia and the OPEC oil cartel to pump more oil so that U.S. gasoline prices don't rise any more than they already have under his watch. Meanwhile, through various executive actions, such as the Biden ban on new oil and gas industry drilling and development, and canceling pipelines, this president is attacking American workers and American energy independence. The oil and natural gas industry supports 11.3 million jobs across the country and contributes nearly $1.7 trillion to the American economy. It makes no sense to send production to other countries when we could be doing it here, produced cleaner, more efficiently.
The senator's time has expired.
I yield back.
Sorry.
Madam President.
Senator from West Virginia.
Madam President, Senator Loomis's amendment targets a pause on new oil and gas leases that the administration instituted while the Department of the Interior reviews our federal oil and gas leasing program. I, too, am eager to see the results of that review and was hoping that we would have received it by now. And I will continue to be vocal in my advocacy for American energy independence and addressing climate change through innovation, not elimination. However, drilling continued on existing leases throughout the pause, and Secretary Holland testified before the Energy Committee that the department is in compliance with the recent court order, which still allows leasing. And I believe the administration has a responsibility to evaluate these programs and make sure that we're getting a reasonable return to the taxpayers while using our abundant resources in the most responsible way. For that reason, I urge my colleagues to reject the amendment.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blunt, you're a no. Thank you. Sir, you're an aye. Yeah. Sir, no. Heinrich, Hassan-King. Sir, no. No. Thank you. No. I got you. Thank you. Mr. Burr, Ms. Cantwell. You're an Gotcha. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall.
Mr. Kennedy votes aye.
Gotcha. I got you too. Thank you. Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, thank you, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Blackburn, Blunt, Bozeman, Capito, Cassidy, Cornyn, Kramer, Daines, Graham, Haggerty, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Kennedy, Lankford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, Moran, Paul, Portman, Risch, Romney, Sass, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Toomey, and Young. Mr. Markey. Senators voting in the negative: Bennett, Blumenthal, Brown, Cardin, Coons, Cortez Masto, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hirono, Kelly, King, Lujan, Manchin, Markey, Menendez, Ossoff, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Sinema, Smith, Stabenow, and Warren. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Schumer, no. Ms. Rosen. Oh, you did. Mr. Casey, no. Mr. Inhofe, aye. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Braun, aye. Ms. Ernst, aye. Yes. Mrs. Feinstein, no. Mr. Leahy, no. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Wyden, no. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Rubio, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Burr, aye. Wallace Amendment 3104 is not agreed to. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Shelby, aye. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Tester, no. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Ms. Cantwell, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Oh, good. Awesome. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Merkley, no. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Carper, no. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Booker, no. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Warnock, no. Turn it in.
And here's my question. The yeas are 49, the nays are 50, and the amendment is not agreed to. Oh, the senator from New Hampshire.
Madam President, I call up my amendment 3278 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Senator from New Hampshire, Ms. Hassan, for herself and Mr. Young, proposes an amendment numbered 3278.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise today to offer a bipartisan amendment to promote U.S. competitiveness and support American innovation. The R&D tax credit provides critical support and tax relief to the small businesses and startups that power our economy. These businesses are job creators, helping spur innovation in New Hampshire and across the country. This bipartisan amendment with Senator Young would build on efforts to expand the R&D tax credit for startups while protecting the tax incentives that allow U.S. companies, startups, and small businesses to stay competitive in our global marketplace and outcompete China. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and yield my time to the senator from Indiana.
Madam President, now more than ever, we must find bipartisan solutions wherever possible to stimulate our economy, get Americans back to work, and ensure we maintain our position on the world stage as the leader in scientific and technological innovation. This amendment would preserve funding related to U.S. competitiveness and innovation by retaining the full expensing for research and development and expanding tax incentives for small businesses. Immediate R&D expensing incentivizes long-term investments in innovation and technological breakthroughs. By passing this amendment, we can make sure that the United States continues to be the world leader in this space. And, Mr. President, I understand we are prepared to pass this by voice vote.
Indeed, yes.
If there's no further debate, the question is now on the amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. President, I call up my amendment number 3099 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report the amendment by number.
The senator from Idaho, Mr. Crapo, proposes an amendment number 3099.
Senators recognized.
Mr. President, the IRS financial instituting reporting requirement forces financial institutions to turn over detailed bank account information to the IRS based on vague and flexible criteria, such as a $600 threshold, and account inflows and outflows would be covered. This all to be determined by the IRS. Think about that. It subjects every law-abiding American who has a bank account or a credit union account in which they transact more than $600 worth of transactions to have that information monitored and reported to the IRS. This is an outrageous violation of the privacy of American citizens, and we should reject it. The community banks and credit unions support this amendment, and I thank the ICBA, CUNA, the ABA, and the NAFCU for their support, as well as the Americans for Tax Reform and the Center for a Free Economy. My amendment prevents the undue monitoring and reporting of sensitive financial information on law-abiding Americans.
Who yields time in opposition?
Mr. President.
Senator from Oregon.
Colleagues, a decade of Republican budget cuts to the IRS has resulted in rampant tax cheating at the top. Tax enforcement is going to require new resources and new tools to crack down on the high-flying tax cheats. The Crapo Amendment would, for all practical purposes, preserve the status quo that has contributed to the trillion-dollar tax gap, mushrooming and growing bigger. This amendment would make it harder to root out tax cheating, and it's unfair to working Americans who pay their taxes automatically out of each paycheck. Shortly, and we are going to reject the Crapo amendment, I'll offer an alternative that will protect the little guy without forfeiting the chance to go after the big tax cheats, the wealthiest. I urge the vote.
The question is on the amendment. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal.
No. Mr. Blunt votes yes.
Mr. Blunt, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mr. Brown, Mr. Burr, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Blunt, Capito, Cassidy, Cotton, Cruz, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Grassley, Hawley, Hyde-Smith, Inhofe, Johnson, Lee, Lummis, Romney, Rubio, Sass, Scott of Florida, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Wicker, and Young. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Blumenthal, Bozeman, Brown, Cantwell, Cardin, Carper, Coons, Duckworth, Durbin, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Klobuchar, Leahy, Menendez, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Sinema, Smith, Stabenow, Tester, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, and Wyden. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Burr, aye. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Manchin, no. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Casey, no. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Shelby, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Braun, aye. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. King, no. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mrs. Feinstein. Mrs. Feinstein, no. Mr. Toomey. Mr. Toomey, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Portman. Mr. Portman, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 49, the nays are 50. The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. President,
Senator from Oregon.
I call up my amendment 3365 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report the amendment by number.
The senator from Oregon, Mr. Wyden, proposes an amendment number 3365.
Mr. President,
Senator from Oregon.
the IRS commissioner told the Senate Finance Committee that in his judgment, the tax gap, the difference between taxes paid and taxes owed, is as much as $1 trillion a year. Current tax gap estimates likely miss a large number of the high flyers who clearly are driving this tax gap up and up. Taxpayers acting to conceal this income from tax authorities are going to have a much tougher time if the Congress requires that financial institutions take practical and reasonable steps to require that financial institutions report on financial accounts. Our interest on our side is to go after the big guys who generate significant inflows and outflows of cash and other assets. And we do it in a way that protects privacy and sensitive taxpayer and small business tax information, and this privacy issue has been one of the most important issues in my time in public service, and we're going to make sure that you can get the high flyers, the wealthy tax cheats, without forfeiting the rights of the little guy.
Senator will come to order. Senator from Idaho.
Mr. President, this is one of the biggest violations of privacy of Americans to come to the Senate. Excuse me. Mr. President, this is one of the biggest violations of the privacy of American citizens to come to the floor of the Senate in a long time. This amendment would require reporting of, and I quote, large, end quote, financial account balances to the IRS. So now instead of $600, they're going to say that whatever the IRS says is large is what they will require every single American, whether they are an individual, a small business, or a corporation owner. Everyone is going to be subject to reporting on whatever the IRS says is large. And this comes after another proposal that's coming down the pike to double or triple the funding to the IRS so they can monitor the financial transactions of American citizens. This amendment should be rejected.
Question is on the amendment. Is there sufficient second? There is. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blunt, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mr. Brown, Mr. Burr, Ms. Cantwell, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Gassity, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Blumenthal, Brown, Carper, Casey, Cassidy, Coons, Cortez Masto, Feinstein, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Kelly, King, Leahy, Lujan, Menendez, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Smith, Stabenow, Tester, Warnock, Whitehouse, Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Burr, Collins, Cornyn, Kramer, Crapo, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Hoeven, Heidsmith, Inhofe, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Lummis, McConnell, Paul, Portman, Risch, Romney, Rubio, Sass, Scott of Florida, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Toomey, Tuberville, Young. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Marshall, no. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Moran, no. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Manchin, aye. Mr. Rono, aye. Ms. Duckworth, Ms. Duckworth. Aye. Mr. Hawley, Mr. Hawley. No. Mr. Cardin, Mr. Cardin. Aye. Mr. Cotton, Mr. Cotton. No. Ms. Warren, Ms. Warren. Aye. Mr. Kane, Mr. Kane. Aye. Mr. Bennett, Mr. Bennett. Aye. Mr. Johnson, Mr. Johnson. No. Miss Cinema, Miss Cinema. Aye. Mr. Markey, Mr. Markey. Aye. Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Van Hollen. Aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, Mr. Hickenlooper. Aye. Mr. Booker. Aye. Mrs. Capito, Mrs. Capito. No. Mr. Peters. Aye. Mr. Blunt, no. Mr. Braun, no. Mr. Shelby, no. Mr. Durbin, aye. So- Mr. Cruz, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 50, the nays are 49. The amendment is agreed to.
I think you just got Johnny.
Senate will be in order. Senate will be in order. Senator from North Dakota.
Mr. President, I call up Kramer Amendment number 3105 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report the amendment by number.
Senator from North Dakota, Mr. Kramer, for himself and Mr. Braun, proposes an amendment number 3105.
Mr. President, this amendment would simply prohibit any ban on hydraulic fracturing. Such a ban would raise Americans' cost of living, weaken our national security, and of course, actually enhance greenhouse gas emissions. Thanks to the technology of fracking, since 2007, U.S. oil production has doubled and natural gas production has increased by 60%. That's helping states like Colorado, New Mexico, Pennsylvania, and it rids us of our reliance on nations like Saudi Arabia and Russia. And, by the way, banning fracking would lead to triple-digit oil prices and possible global economic shock, as per the University of Chicago. Ironically, Mr. President, a ban on fracking would also increase global greenhouse gas emissions. Energy Secretary Granholm just recently said that the Russian gas is, quote, the dirtiest form of natural gas on earth, unquote. And she's right. Emissions from Russian natural gas are over 40% higher than ours. Democrats' fracking ban would be bad for North Dakota and our nation and the environment, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes.
The Senate will come to order. Senators, please take the conversations off of the Senate floor. The Senator from Vermont.
Mr. President, I would urge my Republican colleagues to read the recent IPCC report. And if they did, they would find that it is now unequivocal that climate change is caused by human activity. And we are seeing what climate change is doing with our own eyes. We can no longer be blind to this reality. We are seeing the intensity and the increase in forest fires. We are seeing more extreme weather disturbances. We are seeing rising sea levels that will soon threaten the habitability of great American cities like Miami, New York, and Charleston. We are seeing the acidification of the oceans that threaten fishing and marine life, and we're seeing an increase in disease. We have got to move away from fossil fuel. We have got to end fracking. I urge a no vote on this amendment.
The question is on the amendment. Is there a sufficient second? There is. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blunt, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mr. Brown, Mr. Burr, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Bennett, Blunt, Bozeman, Capito, Casey, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Daines, Ernst, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hoven, Hyde-Smith, Inhofe, Johnson, Kennedy, King, Langford, Lee, Lujan, Manchin, Moran, Paul, Portman, Risch, Romney, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sullivan, Tester, Thune, Tillis, Toomey, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Mr. Shelby, aye. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Sass, aye. Mr. Brasso, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Blumenthal, Booker, Brown, Cantwell, Cardin, Carper, Coons, Duckworth, Gillibrand, Hassan, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Leahy, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Sinema, Smith, Stabenow, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Rubio, aye.
Just making it. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mrs. Feinstein, no. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye.
Mr. Burr. Mr. Burr, aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez, no. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, aye. Ms. Lummis. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Braun. Mr. Braun, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 57, the nays are 42. The amendment is agreed to.
President.
The senator from Vermont.
President, I ask unanimous consent that following the Rubio amendment, the following amendments be in order, that the amendments be reported by number with no amendments in order prior to a vote in relation to the amendment. Shelby 3293, Grassley 3251, Wyden 3569, Tuberville 3113, Klobuchar 3731.
Is there objection? Without objection.
Mr. President.
Senator from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. President. I call up my amendment 3073 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President.
Senator from South Carolina, Mr. Scott, proposes an amendment numbered 3073.
The senator from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. President. In over a year of uncertainty and the pain of living through a pandemic, I have to admit, I'm shocked that I have to come down here to talk about the importance of quality in-person education. Today, we are debating a $4 trillion tax and spending bill. And that's on top of the $2 trillion we spent in March and the $4 trillion we spent last year. How insane is that with all that spending, there's still no guarantee that our kids will be back in school this fall? The sad reality is more than 1 million kids did not enroll in their local schools during the pandemic. Thanks to labor union bosses and their unneeded and damaging school shutdowns, kids have been kept out of school, and many, far too many, have suffered psychologically. For our children's sake, I urge all my colleagues to vote yes on my amendment and to join me in ensuring our children are no longer confined to virtual learning.
President. Mr. President.
Senator from Washington.
Mr. President, I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. We all agree in-person learning is a top priority this school year. Democrats actually passed the American Rescue Plan without a single Republican vote, so schools have the resources to make safe in-person learning possible. The CDC also updated its guidance on reopening, and states, school districts, and schools are working towards that goal. But in addition to ensuring in-person learning, we need to encourage adherence to public health guidance, especially as this Delta variant is surging. We also need to support learning and the mental health needs of our students and much more. There's no disagreement on in-person learning, but the Scott Amendment falls short on these very important points. And by the way, we need to stop politicizing this issue. So I encourage a no vote on this amendment.
The senator from South Carolina.
I agree with my colleague that we should stop politicizing this issue. All we've done for the last several months of this year is politicize this issue and every other major issue in our nation. I would like to ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There is. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blunt, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mr. Brown, Mr. Burr, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Dane,